I can ask everybody to please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And the mission of the Texas State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is to establish and enforce policies to ensure the best possible quality of veterinary and equine dental provider services for the people of Texas. Mrs. Whitehead, would you please call the roll?
Dr. Gola,
Present.
Dr. Kreiner,
Present.
This meeting is being transcribed and summarized.
Dr. Skaggs,
Here.
Dr. McLeod,
Present.
Dr. Mujigamba,
Present.
Ms. Sue Allen,
Here.
Mr. Pardue,
Here.
Ms. Olivier,
Here.
and Victoria Whitehead present.
We have 4 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, board members. Thank you all for joining us. Ms. Olivier, Dr. Skaggs, thank you for being with us virtually. All right, agenda item number 2, consideration and approval of April 21st, 2026 minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from this meeting?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second,
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes from April 21st. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 3, comment. Please be advised that comments must be limited to 3 minutes. We will have a timer. Dr. Schreiner will proctor that for us, and when you hear the timer go off, your time's up. And we will strictly enforce this. And in order to hear from everyone today, please be mindful of that. Additionally, the board will not hear public comment or testimony regarding a pending disciplinary action or contested case. I do want to thank everyone for being here today. It's very important. This is a very important part of our meeting. We aren't allowed to have a discussion with you, but we are here to listen to your comments and we take those seriously. But that is the state policy that we are not allowed to have a back and forth. So with that, thank you all for being here. This is part of the transparent process and your opportunity. With that, we will recognize the virtual comments first. And I will start by calling out Katie Pother-Ready. Do we have a Katie Pother-Ready online? All right, I don't hear one, so we'll come back to Katie. We'll start with Brittany Barton, Dr. Brittany Barton. Dr. Barton, can you hear us? Dr. Barton's not available. All right, well then we'll go next on the list is Jody Ware.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear
morning,
me?
Jody. Yes, ma'am, you may begin.
Okay. I would like to address the proposed rule changes. The TDLR strategic plan published last month states, quote, in April 2026, with TDLR's assistance, TBVME completed a thorough overhaul of 22 TAC Chapter 571 and Chapter 573 following substantial public input and feedback. The refreshed rules are on target to be adopted this year ahead of the December 31, 2026 deadline found in SB 1414. With this final major task completed, the temporary attachment will be on schedule to conclude in August 2027, end quote. Given the importance of these rules, I feel compelled to raise concerns regarding their application and enforcement, particularly with respect to 573.1, avoidance of conflicting interest, 573.6, restriction of partnerships to members of the veterinary profession, 573.7, no abuse of position or trust, 573.21, direct responsibility to client, 573.27, honesty, integrity, and fair dealing, 573.30, advertising, 573.36, corporate and assumed names, 573.74, management services, organizations, and veterinary practice. These concerns relate to Stephen Gola, who serves as TBVME President, Executive Committee Chair, Enforcement Committee Chair, and Rules Committee member. At the same time, he serves as a Vice President at a private equity-backed veterinary consolidator, quietly acquiring and operating veterinary practices across the nation, the named President, Director, Organizer, or Registered Agent for many of their entities in Texas, and a trustee of the Texas Veterinary Political Action Committee. These overlapping roles present a risk of competing regulatory, professional, financial, and political interests. They also raise questions about whether the board president is following the very rules he and the board he leads are tasked with updating and enforcing. I've been registering concerns about Stephen Gola's apparent conflicts of interest dating back to 2022 and escalated them in 2025 after discovering a new affiliation with the vet against whom I file repeated complaints. 3 months ago, I was informed that a new process had been enacted to conduct internal checks for conflicts of interest prior to each board meeting. This is a step, but it does not address broader concerns, for it seems every action the board president takes or doesn't take may be conflicted by his other interests. I respectfully request independent formal review of my concerns and that the results be placed on the agenda for the next board meeting in keeping with the commitment made by then TDLR General Counsel Doug Jennings in December 2025. Transparency, accountability, and consistent application of regulatory standards, including to board members themselves, are essential to maintaining the trust of the public you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. Next up, we have Susan Heights. Dr. Susan Heights, are you available? Susan, I think you're on mute. We cannot hear you. You're on mute. We'll have somebody reach out to you via phone and see if we can get you off mute, and we'll move on to the next. Okay, next I have Kenwin and Camille Cummings.
Hi, thank you for having us this morning and allowing us the opportunity to speak. And are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, and we're loud and clear and you're able to begin.
Okay, thank you. We are here today on behalf of the complaint that we made following the death of our dog, Ted. We received a response from the medical investigator, and this has been a long process, almost a year, and we appreciate all of the work that's been done for our complaint. The main reason why we wanted to speak today is because the response that we received from the medical investigator really didn't address our specific complaints. I did a lot of work when I filed this complaint. I spent a lot of time reviewing the rules myself and made specific references to certain rules in that complaint, specifically regarding patient record release and charges, which is Rule 573.54. It states that if records are requested for acute and emergency care, the veterinarian must provide those records immediately and no later than 1 business day. That was not addressed in the response that we received for our complaint. The third one was the responsibility of a veterinarian to refer a case.
Okay,
Rule
can you hear me?
573. Are you able to
Okay.
hear me okay?
Yes. We're loud and clear. And
So mute.
Please continue. Sorry
And-
about that.
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So the second rule that I referenced in my complaint was Rule 573.24, which is the responsibility of a veterinarian to refer a case. The failure to make a proper referral specific to the timeliness and the adequacy of the information that's provided to the client regarding the possible need for a referral, the request for the client, and the likelihood that an adverse result could have been prevented by a timely referral and an adequate one. That was also not addressed in the response that I received for my complaint. And then thirdly, the third rule that I referenced was Rule 573.3, exposure of corrupt or dishonest conduct related to the plan of treatment. We believe that the veterinarian added to our pet's medical records after he had been notified of the death of the pet. That also was not addressed in our the response that we received. So ultimately, we're just asking for the board to look again at our case and provide us information specifically related to these rules that were cited in our original complaint. The response we received was really focused on the diagnosis, which we never disputed. We were in agreement with the diagnosis. It's really specific to the referral and the records release. So we're asking that another look be taken at our case, and we're provided information specific to the rules that were cited in our complaint.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. We appreciate your comments today.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Lori Shields. Lori, are you with us? Can you take yourself off mute? You're
Okay,
still-
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being here, and you may start at your leisure. You remuted yourself.
How about now?
Now
There we go.
you're good.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Lori Shields and my dog is Waylon Walker Shields. I'm here to ask you not to dismiss case CP 25651 against Scott Schroeder. I respectfully ask each and everyone on the board to reread the witness statement of vet tech D'Amica Henry in my case. After reading her statement, you will see that what she described happening was in no way the towel restraint technique that Scott Schroeder claimed in his defense. D'Amica Henry described the smothering of my dog by Scott Schroeder as his grabbing a towel, covering both his mouth and nose until he was no longer breathing. This was in no way a full body wrap, nor a chin restraint, and definitely not a cowl or hood restraint. This was a suffocation of a scared 25-pound dog at the hands of Scott Schroeder, who should have had more appropriate means and training in holding a terrified dog. In her testimony, D'Amica Henry stated she had already wrapped Waylon in a blanket as she took him from the exam room. Once in the back room, she placed a muzzle on him. It was then that Scott Schroeder walked in, took it upon himself to grab a towel, and held it against Waylon's nose and mouth until he was no longer breathing. Waylon is a 25-pound dog who was diagnosed by Scott Schroeder himself as having a seizure disorder, and for which he takes medication 3 times a day. Now, mind you, this was a 300-pound man suffocating a 25-pound dog to get a routine blood draw that in no way was ever worth it. When another employee brought Waylon back to us, he was terrified, panting, his pupils were wide open, and he looked so very scared. We also noticed his entire rear was wet. When we asked this employee about it, she said that he released his bowels and bladder. Of course he did. His little body thought he was dying. He was deprived of oxygen, and he was actually and truly suffocated. I ask each and every one of you to compare the witness statement of D'Amica Henry to anyone else's. I submit to you that the only one of them has a reason to lie. D'Amica Henry called us at 5:19 p.m. the day of the incident. That is a mere 19 minutes after their office closed. She was so upset by what she had just witnessed that she called to tell us never to bring Waylon back to this vet ever again for his own safety. She immediately reported to us what she just saw. She did not waste any time. Unlike Scott Schroeder, who had months after the filing of my complaint to come up with a defense that he believed would be acceptable. Please review both statements and see that the only person who had any reason to lie about the incidents of that day was Scott Schroeder. I ask you not to merely dismiss case CP 25651. Waylon Walker Shields deserves justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shields. Appreciate you being here today. Okay, Susan Heights, are you available? Dr. Heights?
I am available. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you may begin.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, board members. My name is Dr. Susan Heights. I'm a veterinarian and small business owner practicing integrative and traditional Chinese veterinary medicine in Heath, Texas. I submitted written comments to the board earlier this year, and I want to begin by acknowledging the thoughtful revisions reflected in the updated draft. The board addressed several concerns I raised, including the removal of modalities such as e-stim, PEMF, and dry needling from the MSM definition, and the addition of clarity around veterinary oversight that better protects animal patients and their owners. I also want to say that the current general supervision framework for non-DVMs performing alternative therapies is working quite well in practice currently. I know several non-veterinarians who have successfully partnered with veterinarians in my community to provide integrative care, and that collaborative model is good for patients and practitioners, and it is worth preserving. That said, 3 issues remain that I respectfully ask the board to address. First, while extracorporeal shockwave therapy, ESWT, did not belong within the definition of MSM, I still think it is important to consider a rule placing appropriate supervision parameters around it, given the level of clinical judgment involved in localizing pathology, setting treatment parameters, and monitoring patient response in real time. The updated draft does not appear to address ESWT at all, and general supervision is not adequate for a modality that requires this kind of active moment-to-moment clinical decision-making ESWT demands. I ask the board to revisit this and require at minimum direct supervision for ESWT. Second, I want to flag an inconsistency in Rule 573.17. The updated draft lists chiropractic under the alternate therapies holistic medicine section, which is restricted to licensed veterinarians only. That conflicts with the framework in Rule 573.14, which allows chiropractic to be delegated to non-veterinarians under general or direct supervision. I understand these 2 sections may be intended to serve different purposes, but as written, they create a regulatory inconsistency that could cause confusion for practitioners trying to comply. I ask the board to clarify how chiropractic is treated across both sections so the rules work together consistently. Lastly, I want to reiterate my earlier request that the definition of holistic medicine in Rule 573.17 be revised. As currently drafted, it describes what is more accurately termed integrative medicine. A more precise definition would better reflect how practitioners in this space work and would provide clearer regulatory guidance. Thank you for your time and your commitment to clarifying these rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heights. We appreciate you being here. Staff, can we reach out to Katie Potthready and Brittany Barton? I think Brittany was here and is no longer. And I'll go to the next on my list here.
She's here.
I'm here, Katie.
Okay, who's I? Dr.
Katie,
Barton?
you asked for Katie?
Oh, Katie. All right, Katie. Thank you for being here, and you may begin.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Katie Potthready. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here regarding complaint CP 25-324 concerning the dental care that my dog Captain received from Dr. Brett Spencer at Hooves and Paws in Aubrey, Texas. In March 2024, I brought Captain to Hooves and Paws for what I understood would be a routine dental cleaning. Captain is a senior rescue dog. He has known sensitivities to anesthesia. I trusted the clinic to provide responsible and transparent care. When I picked Captain up, I was told that his procedure had been extended and that all 6 of his lower incisors had been extracted due to infection. I was not informed in advance that any extractions would take place. I was not asked for informed consent, and I never signed an authorization for them. I was, of course, billed for all 6. Nearly a year later, during a dental workup with a different veterinarian, full mouth x-rays revealed that 3 of those teeth had never actually been removed. So even though I had been told that the reason I was not informed for the teeth's removal is that it was so emergent that they needed to come out without my consent, they had just been snapped at the gum line and left there. So the root rot that I was told was emergent was just left in his mouth. Dr. Spencer had not taken dental x-rays to confirm that the extractions were complete. So ultimately, Captain was placed under anesthesia for a procedure I did not consent to. I was charged for work that was not done, and my dog was left with retained roots that now require a second, more complex corrective surgery for a now older dog who again is sensitive to anesthesia. It means another round of pain for him who does not tolerate it well, and the corrective work has been estimated at over $1,000, along with the $1,000 for the unauthorized procedures. I understand that the board is considering whether this conduct violated Rule 573.22, the professional standard of care. I myself am not a veterinarian, but as Captain's owners, the failures are obvious to me. Extractions were performed without consent. His teeth were broken at the gum line. There were no confirmatory x-rays performed, and the records did not reflect accurately what was done to my pet. I did not come to this lightly. I first tried to resolve it directly with the practice and its insurer in hopes of a fair and timely resolution. I was only looking to be able to ensure that Captain's health, his teeth could be fixed in the future if they needed to be. Instead of a good faith remedy, I was told that I was entitled, and in one call told that a doctor who cut off my arm without my permission would still deserve to be paid for his time. I have since filed with the Better Business Bureau and in small claims court, but my purpose before this board is not reimbursement. There is a difference between what is required and what is right. And what I'm asking for here is accountability. I'm asking the board to recognize that this fell below the standard of care that Texas pet owners deserve and to take the disciplinary action needed so that another animal and another family are not left vulnerably in this position. Captain trusted us to keep him safe, and I feel like I failed as his owner to do so because I trusted the wrong clinic. Thank you for your time and for the work that you do to protect animals. I appreciate the time to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Smith-Ready. Appreciate you being here today. Okay, next up, we're gonna go to Dr. Rick Wall.
Yes. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, Dr. Wall, you have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dr. Rick Wall, and I am a diplomat of the American College of Veterinary Sports Medicine and Rehabilitation. I want to address whether the proposed changes to 573.10 and 573.14 remain clearly connected to the chiropractic treatment identified in Chapter 801. Section 801.15C2 identifies chiropractic treatment as the musculoskeletal alternate therapy the legislative authorized the board to regulate, and that term has recognizable connection to spinal and joint manipulation. The proposed changes move in the opposite direction. The current definition ties musculoskeletal manipulation to mechanical forces applied by hand or device to things like spinal adjustment and joint adjustment. The proposed definition replaces that with any and all forces. Any and all forces is a very broad term, enough to capture physical rehabilitation, therapeutic exercise, hydrotherapy, and orthotic care, none of which anyone would recognize as chiropractic treatment. I asked the board to retain chiropractic treatment as the controlling term, use spinal manipulative therapy, or define spinal and joint manipulation to clarify scope, and replace any and all forces with language that creates a clear and enforceable boundary. Non-veterinary providers misuse 573.14 daily. I'm concerned about a growing custom in which veterinarians are asked to sign referral forms that allow non-veterinary providers to perform procedures on animals without the veterinarian fully understanding the examination, treatment plan, or specific procedures to be performed. This is not simply an issue of alternate therapies, it is an issue of who is practicing veterinary medicine. The Veterinary Licensing Act clearly says the board's responsibility is to protect the public and to ensure that alternate therapies are performed only by veterinarians under the supervision of a veterinarian. The supervision must represent meaningful professional judgment, not merely a signature on a referral form. I respectfully encourage the board to ensure that its rules continue to require active veterinary involvement, proper diagnosis, treatment planning, and accountability whenever these services constitute the practice of veterinary medicine. Thank you for your time and the job that y'all do.
Thank you, Dr. Wall. We appreciate you being here. Next, I have Madeline Ward.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Dr. Madeline Ward. I am a veterinarian, having graduated from Texas A&M College of Veterinary Medicine in 1980. I have also received postgraduate training to become an equine osteopath. I currently serve as president of the Worldwide Alliance of Equine Osteopaths, an organization that includes both veterinarians and non-veterinarian equine osteopaths. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know my time is limited, so I'll focus on one point and will email the board a one-page summary afterward outlining the issue and potential solution. Equine osteopathy is a non-invasive form of manual body work that improves mobility and function through hands-on techniques. It does not involve surgery, prescription drugs, or the diagnosis or treatment of disease. Following the board's proposed rule changes and public discussions, thousands of horse owners and practitioners have become engaged in this issue. One point has become very clear. The board has consistently stated it is enforcing the law as written and that meaningful changes would likely need to come from legislature. And I appreciate this acknowledgement. Many horse owners and practitioners believe the statutory framework adopted nearly 30 years ago no longer reflects today's equine industry. When those laws were written, veterinarians were often the primary professionals receiving training in these therapies. Today, specialized schools, certification programs, and trade organizations exist for non-veterinarian equine manual therapies throughout the world. Rather than creating a new licensing board or expanding government regulation, we believe there is a straightforward legislative solution. Texas already exempts certain agricultural and livestock activities from the Veterinary Practice Act. Equine osteopathy could be added as a narrowly defined exemption for non-invasive equine manual body work while fully preserving the board's authority over diagnosis, surgery, prescription medications, and disease treatment. As both a veterinarian and president of an organization representing veterinarians and non-veterinary practitioners, I can tell you our members are not asking to practice veterinary medicine. They are asking for a clear distinction between veterinary medicine and non-invasive equine manual body work, so informed horse owners can choose qualified practitioners for these services. Because my time today is limited, I'll email the board a brief one-page summary outlining this proposal in greater detail. And I would also welcome the opportunity to visit with any board member or staff outside of today's meeting. I've reached out a couple of times by email and I haven't heard anything back. And I really remain hopeful we can work together on a thoughtful solution that serves horse owners, practitioners, and the veterinary profession. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. We appreciate you being here today and your comments. Next up, I have Lola Michelin. Lola, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much. And I apologize that my camera is not working. Dr. Gola and esteemed members of the board, thank you so much for your consideration of my concerns in the matter of the proposed changes to Rules 573.14 regarding alternative therapies. I am a founding member of the National Board of Certification for Animal Acupressure and Massage, and I serve as chair of their legislative committee. I have practiced animal massage for 40 years and been an educator in the field for over 25 through my private vocational school, the Northwest School of Animal Massage. I was active in pursuit of licensure for animal massage therapists in Washington State, where animal massage is a recognized healthcare profession under the Department of Health. In particular, I wish to raise an objection to the use of the term, quote, other forms of musculoskeletal manipulation, end quote, inserted into the proposed changes. Texas statutes clearly describe the rules pertaining to board duties and obligations under Occupational Code 801.151, where it states, and I quote, the board shall adopt rules to ensure that alternative therapies, including ultrasound diagnosis and therapy, magnetic field therapy, holistic medicine, homeopathy, chiropractic treatment, acupuncture, and laser therapy are performed only by a veterinarian or under the supervision of a veterinarian. End quote. The statute does not include other forms of musculoskeletal manipulation. It does not grant the board permission to adopt rules pertaining to other forms of musculoskeletal manipulation. I therefore request that the board remove any reference to other forms of musculoskeletal manipulation from the proposed rule changes and the Practice Act, as intended by the Texas statutes. Inclusion of this language creates a potential restriction to practitioners of massage and other modalities that do not require diagnosis, prognosis, or prescriptive treatment, and do not meet the definitions of veterinarian medicine. I wholeheartedly support cooperative efforts between the veterinarian community and other non-veterinarian professionals to provide animal owners, their rights to choose care and services for their animals. I defend the rights of other qualified practitioners to work and to set appropriate regulation for their practice, as well as to deter those who attempt to practice without proper qualifications. The National Board of Certification for Animal Acupressure and Massage supports the rights of its certified practitioners to work and affirms that animal owners have a fundamental right to choose qualified, nationally certified practitioners. NABCAM certified practitioners are members of a distinct profession that offer complementary animal wellness care and operate within a clearly defined scope of practice. These professions work collaboratively and respectfully alongside the veterinary community while maintaining their independence as skilled practitioners who work directly with animal owners. On behalf of NABCAM, I offer our support in helping to establish better language surrounding the right to work of
Ms.
qualified
Michelin, your
practitioners.
time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay, finally, for our online attendees, I've got Dr. Brittany Barton. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dr. Brittany Barton. I'm a Texas licensed veterinarian practicing in Dallas and a resident in veterinary sports medicine and rehabilitation. I respectfully ask the board to recognize veterinary sport medicine and rehabilitation as a distinct discipline of veterinary medicine, not as an alternative therapy or merely a collection of therapeutic actions. Texas Occupations Code 801.002 subsection 7 recognizes the listed disciplines and specialties as well as, quote, any other discipline or specialty of veterinary medicine, close quote. Section 801.002 subsection 5A further defines veterinary practice to include the diagnosis, treatment, correction, manipulation, relief, or prevention of an animal's disease, injury, defect, or other physical condition. Veterinary sports medicine and rehabilitation falls squarely within these provisions. As an ABVS recognized specialty, it applies principles of anatomy, physiology, neurology, orthopedics, biomechanics, tissue healing, pain management, nutrition, and exercise science. Its practice includes orthopedic and neurologic examination, functional assessment, diagnosis, prognosis, treatment planning, monitoring, reassessment, and modification of care. Treatment may include joint injections, surgery, therapeutic exercise, prescriptive orthotic support, manual therapies, or therapeutic modalities. The discipline is not defined by any single treatment, but by the veterinarian's responsibility to the patient, selecting appropriate interventions, monitoring the response, and modifying care as needed. Chiropractic, acupuncture, laser, shockwave, and therapeutic ultrasound are individual treatments or modalities. They may be incorporated into a rehabilitation plan, but they do not constitute the discipline itself. Section 801.363A reinforces this structure by reserving decisions concerning diagnosis, treatment, management, and future disposition to the supervising veterinarian. Proposed 573.14, however, defines musculoskeletal manipulation as, quote, any and all forces applied to treat or alleviate musculoskeletal dysfunction. Nearly every rehabilitation intervention applies or modifies force, including walking, resistance exercise, stretching, gait training, hydrotherapy, joint mobilization, orthotic support, and shockwave. As written, this definition could unintentionally place substantial portions of veterinary-directed rehabilitation within an alternative therapy rule. I therefore respectfully ask the board to recognize veterinary sports medicine and rehabilitation under 801.002 subsection 7. Distinguish the disciplines from individual treatments and expressly exclude veterinary-directed rehabilitation from Rule 573.14.
Dr. Barton, your time has expired. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, I don't believe I have any other virtual comments. Staff, are there any more? All right. Moving on, we're going to do our in-person public comment. If you would please come to the table, state your name clearly so that we can hear it with the microphone. And if you have not filled out a registration form, I won't call your name. So if you signed in and you didn't fill this form, I won't call your name. You still have time to fill that out if you would like. So first up, we'll go in order as these were received. I have Trent Hightower. And again, we have the 3-minute rule. Good morning, board members. My name is Trent Hightower. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Texas Veterinary Medical Association. I'm here today on behalf of the association. We strongly support the board's efforts to protect Texas animals through the proposed amendments to Rules 573.14 and 16. The principle underlying these rules is both sound policy and current law. These therapies constitute the practice of veterinary medicine, and they must be performed only under the supervision of a licensed veterinarian. We appreciate the board's commitment to clarifying those rules and ruling. The proposed rules allow independent contractors to perform those therapies under supervision, which is exactly how it should be. Unlike employees working within a licensed veterinary practice, independent contractors fall entirely outside of this board's jurisdiction. The board regulates veterinarians and the practices they operate, but it cannot regulate the contractors those veterinarians may engage. And while certification courses provide evidence that the person has received training on animals, they are not a substitute for veterinary expertise, and the certifying entities themselves do not have any disciplinary authority over the people who complete their courses. Additionally, licensing boards in human disciplines do not regulate their licensees when it comes to their work on animals. So the result of all this is that if an independent contractor harms an animal, the owner's only regulatory remedy runs through the supervising veterinarian to this board. Proponents of direct access argue that the current system is burdensome and that no significant complaints have been filed. Based on conversations with veterinarians across the state, however, I found that many veterinarians decline to file complaints in an effort to preserve client relationships. Many owners don't understand when, how, or where to file a complaint. And until recently, the board's own records have historically been incomplete. The absence of complaints is not evidence that harm isn't occurring. And I've spoken with many veterinarians who have seen the harm with their own eyes, treating animals that have been brought to them after something has already gone wrong. Finally, just a slight pivot. We also submitted comments back in March on several other provisions in the proposed rules. The association was very pleased with the proposed changes on things like compounding drugs, which brought the rule into practical alignment with how veterinarians are actually practicing and with federal law. We also appreciated the cleanup of redundant provisions on medical records. We do have one ask that the board reconsider restoring the 2022 provision that allows a treating veterinarian to obtain records from another veterinarian without client authorizations in certain circumstances. That was added, I think, back in 2022 to deal with situations with aggressive animals where the owner may not want records to transfer to the new clinic. We felt like that was a good change at the time, and it may have inadvertently been stripped out when the changes were written. So we do ask that you take a look at that again. Otherwise, I thank you again for your work, and we appreciate everything you've done on these rules. Thank you very much. No, it's just there's two provisions. Mr. Hightower, thank you for being here today and your comments. Next up, I have Lori Mueller. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You would just state your name. And you have 2 minutes.
My name is Lori Mueller. I'm an osteopath and body worker. I've been providing services in Texas since 2008. I've built an incredible livelihood and reputation by working seamlessly and complementary with veterinarians. Thank you for letting me speak today. My words are more for the people here in this room and for the people on the video than the board, because I realize that you're just changing the rules, you're not changing the law, and we need to change the laws. We as body workers and osteopaths and whoever we are, and as animal owners, need to stand up for our rights because they're going to be tread on. And I understand the TVMA and their input. It's great, and I agree. What we need to do is change laws where we can get licensure in place that we can protect our animals. I think that the laws in Texas are incredibly vague when it comes to defining veterinary medicine. It leaves the door wide open for these kinds of rule changes to be so restrictive. I think there's a law that I'm going to quote from the state of Florida, which I think is really a great, they are so specific. It includes, with respect to animal surgery, acupuncture, obstetrics, dentistry, physical therapy, radiology, genealogy, and other branches or specialties of veterinary medicine. It means the diagnosing the medical conditions of animals, prescribing, dispensing, administering drugs, medicine, appliances, applications, or treatment of whatever nature for the prevention, cure, or relief of a wound, fracture, or bodily injury. I think when you get that specific, it's way harder to be misconstrued and for all kinds of words to be taken as veterinary medicine. I think that as horse owners, as pet owners, osteopaths, practitioners, body workers, chiropractors, whatever we are, we need to band together and really go at our legislators, not this board. They're just making the rules to enforce those laws. So we need to start to band together and, write our legislators, write our governor, write everybody we can, and maybe band together as groups and hire lobbyists to change these laws, because we live in the free state of Texas, I thought. But we're really starting to have some big overreach happen, and we need to protect ourselves as animal owners. So thank you for letting me speak with you all today.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. We appreciate you being here today and your comments. Okay, next up, Pat Lambert, is that correct? No. Next, we have Beth Rand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beth Rand, and I'm the president and founder of Restoration Ranch. We're a nonprofit equine welfare organization that services the veteran community with the help of our second chance horses. As a nonprofit that began by rescuing horses, we have a long history of utilizing body workers to help our horses feel their best. We know there are plenty of other organizations with a similar mission to ours when it comes to helping horses. Both veterinarians and body workers have played a significant role in helping all of our horses along their journey toward optimal health. However, if we needed to have a vet authorize every single bodywork session, we wouldn't have the financial ability to help as many horses as we have. Needing more vet appointments would not only strain us financially, but it would require our vets, who already have more than full-time businesses, to have so much less availability to serve us and others needing body work. As an example, when needing a bodywork session, one of our riding horses in the veterans program started to lean on one of the reins when turning and turn sharper to one side than the other. It was subtle, and some of our students didn't even notice. But calling a vet over would have seemed like a waste of time. We need to retain the ability to choose, understanding this sort of freedom comes with responsibility and discernment. Discernment is seeing a horse laying down, and more often than not, we'll be calling our vet about that. But it's also seeing a horse consistently picking up the wrong lead when we might want to consult a body worker instead. We want to keep the relationships that we have, both with our veterinarians and our body workers. Please allow us to continue making choices for ourselves. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate all you.
You here in your comments today.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Heather Katiba.
All right, good morning, Chair, members. I'll keep it brief today. Each of you have been provided with synopsis of two proposals I have presented to the board and the agency. One is a rule proposal based on an amendment to an existing that is going forward for consideration. This is relating to our specialties, our specialist listings, providing that specialists verification reporting status, addition of public records, inclusion within the agency database, and responsibility associated with that. The reason for the rationale on this proposal is that members of the public have no capacity to confirm or orient with specialty boards. These specialty boards are not public tasks and are not regulation tasks. While state regulators mandate reporting from licensees, the public has no capacity to confirm these listings. And currently, under even Texas law and many other states, consumers have no way of verifying information. A specialist, if they're dictated by law and state licensing regulations, to provide that information, it should be public and it should be relatively accessible to the public. And those who are mischaracterizing or misrepresenting specialty credentials should come under state disciplinary action. Secondary, I have offered a proposal for an establishment of a public advisory committee, the mission to serve as a working body for stakeholder engagement, public education, concerns, focus on transparency and communication between public and board. Our regulatory board has seen a large surge of interaction from the public. There's a lot of miscommunication. There's misunderstandings, lack of understanding how process works. And members of the public face many challenges when they come during a time of concern or increased public scrutiny regarding, say, even right now, say, these rule proposals going forward. This would give us an opportunity in the public sphere and also from a board-facing and agency-facing perspective to address these concerns, put them at the forefront, make proactive solutions to reduce public tension, and to also encourage meaningful participation. I ask that you review this information, consider it. Moving forward with the future rule proposals going forward, those will be going to potentially the Texas Register, and that will give the public ample time to also give additional feedback moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gazebo. We appreciate you being here and your comments today. Next, I have Alicia Taylor.
Good morning, board members. My name is Alicia Taylor, and I'm here today to speak about a critical public policy gap involving record retention requirements, evidence standards, and conflict of interest guidelines during long-running investigations. My case with the board lasted 4 years, from October 2021 through April 2025. That extended timeline revealed a structural flaw. The medical records reviewed during the investigation differed from the original records I received in 2021, including differences in diagnosis, treatment notes, and surgical documentation. I did not learn about these discrepancies until 2025, the same week my board case was closed. Because there is currently no mechanism for the public to view and verify the exact record versions under review during an active investigation, my effort to verify the truth over the last 14 months has been a stressful race against retention deadlines. Standard retention windows make it difficult to know whether original electronic files, including audit trails and metadata, still exist once a long-running case concludes. To address these vulnerabilities, I'm asking the board to consider a comprehensive policy update focused on 3 areas. First, extend record retention mandates for all multiple year investigations. Full audit trail system metadata and native electronic files should remain preserved for the entire duration of a case and for an extended post-closure review period, especially when violations are found or alleged. Second, establish a standard policy for using investigative subpoena authority to obtain electronic native files and metadata directly from the source whenever a significant record discrepancy is identified. In a modern digital era, looking beyond paper printouts and requesting underlying digital records can help ensure accuracy. Relying solely on unverified copies can limit the board's ability to fully assess the information. Direct collection of original electronic records ensures true administrative independence and protects the public from unreliable evidence. And lastly, adopt clear standards for voluntary recusal and communication boundaries when personal connections exist. While alumni status does not require legal recusal, close professional personal relationships with institutional leadership, or communications about a case that is under review can create the appearance of conflict during an investigation. Clear guidelines would help board members navigate these situations and reinforce public trust. Proactively modernizing these retention, evidence, and ethical rules will strengthen transparency, protect the public from unreliable information, support the vast majority of practitioners who do maintain honest records, and ensure fundamental fairness for everyone involved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. We appreciate you being here today and your comments. Next up, we have Lori Teller.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dr. Lori Teller. I'm a licensed veterinarian and the Executive Director of the Texas Veterinary Medical Association. Previous testimony addressed the breadth of the proposed musculoskeletal manipulation definition. I would like to focus on the separate public protection question that follows. Who is accountable when chiropractic treatment is performed by an independent contractor? Chapter 801 recognizes veterinarians, licensed veterinary technicians, certified veterinary assistants, and certain other legislatively established provider categories. It defines their relationships to veterinary practice and, where applicable, provides licensing or accountability mechanisms. Chapter 801 does not establish musculoskeletal manipulation as an occupation. It does not create an MSM provider license, registration, scope of practice, or disciplinary process. Section 801.151D authorizes the board to adopt rules concerning work performed under veterinary supervision, but the proposed independent contractor allowance lacks sufficient direction for veterinarians to determine how that responsibility should be exercised when the person performing the treatment is outside a Chapter 801 provider category. Proposed 573.14 appropriately places important duties on the supervising veterinarian, including establishing a veterinarian client-patient relationship, examining the patient and providing the diagnosis, identifying the body regions to be treated, supervising the treatment, and obtaining a signed client acknowledgement. However, the rule provides little direction concerning how the veterinarian must evaluate and oversee the independent contractor. It also does not create directly enforceable professional obligations for that person. A private certification or a license in another human health profession may provide evidence of training. It does not necessarily give this board jurisdiction to investigate the contractor's treatment of animals, obtain records, impose discipline, or prevent further animal treatment. The client acknowledgement requirement also needs clarification. The rule places responsibility on the licensee to obtain the acknowledgement, but it does not clearly address who must explain or collect it, nor does it require disclosure of the contractor's identity, qualifications, non-veterinary status, level of supervision, or the appropriate complaint pathway. Acknowledging that chiropractic is an alternative treatment is not necessarily informed consent to treatment by an independent non-veterinary contractor. If the contractor allowance is retained, the rule should give supervising veterinarians clear, workable direction for verifying and documenting animal-specific qualifications, issuing patient-specific orders, defining treatment boundaries, and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Teller, for your testimony this morning. Next, I have Clayton Darnell.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Clayton Darnell. I'm here to ask you to reject the complaint dismissals, the bare minimum of CP 25-557 and also CP 25-558, CP 25-556. I wanted to put the memory of this horrible experience as far to the back of my mind as possible, but the medical reviews of all three of my malpractice complaints, inconceivably recommending dismissal, combined with the forthwith renewed payment collection attempts from pet specialists of Austin, have brought to the forefront of my immediate attention the memories of the obvious and vast malpractices that destroyed my most beloved companion animal. Malpractice is evident in the medical records from pet specialists of Austin's, rife with incongruencies, falsifications, omissions, and/or deletions of entries in an attempt to cover up the inexplicable and erroneous first of 2 euthanasia injections given by Dr. Chin to my heretofore generally very healthy little Molly May. Now, I only have the medical records here, but I submitted several files for your review that I believe Angela sent you. One of them specifically is a picture. I didn't know my friend was taking it at the time, but as my dog was on her deathbed, my friend took a picture of me holding her, and that time is dated at 3:23. And that's important. But let me just go through the medical records. It's a PDF file, evidence of malpractice regarding my case. The first doctor to see Molly for a first-time seizure on a Saturday evening. She had a seizure for an unknown reason. Took her the relevant information, and when I told her that she was actually looking better than she had previously, immediately after her seizure, and she said, well, she was not her usual self. She just missed my answer. She recommended injection of levetiracetam for anti-seizure and then an oral follow-up every 12 hours. And she also noted midazolam if unnecessary. And she didn't specify that that would be necessary, if necessary for a major seizure only. Then that, in the records, we go straight to the third doctor, which is the one that apparently covered up the records by omitting quite a bit of things. Dr. Shin, the third doctor is here. We'll get to the second. Is that already 3 minutes?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
She was
today.
given.
Appreciate you very much for being here.
Please review the files if you would. Those the PDF, because they're, at least for Dr. Shin, she changed the date, the time she shows epinephrine given after she was
We have all the data.
Please do review them. It's pretty obvious. Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Rebecca McGill.
Good afternoon, Dr. Becky McGill, licensed chiropractor, ABCA certified chiropractor in Texas since 2010, an adamant rule follower. I always get veterinary referrals before I treat my animals. That said, I had a client in my office this week complaining that it didn't make sense. He had to have a medical referral for his animal he owns, but he, without a medical referral, could come see me directly as a human chiropractor. Years ago, I was asked to treat an alpaca named Copper who had received an injury leading to a quadriplegic result, and veterinary medicine had exhausted all efforts. The veterinarian suggested euthanasia to the owner, and the owner requested chiropractic referral. The veterinarian, understanding that there was nothing further she could do, agreed to that, not fully understanding chiropractic care herself, but saying it couldn't do any harm. I was brought onto the case, found the lesion at C7T1, a chiropractic misalignment, adjusted that lesion, and over the course of several weeks, Copper regained full use and lived a long, healthy life with full use of his legs. I do appreciate this board's commitment to protecting animals and the Texas public, but I firmly disagree with its methods, specifically regarding the proposed addition to Rule 573.14B2, requiring the supervising veterinarian provide specific diagnoses and regions to adjust. I need this board to understand that chiropractic is not medicine. It is a separate and distinct. It is not a medical treatment. It is not a form of medicine. And we do not treat medical diagnoses. So for a veterinarian to be required to diagnose something I'm not treating is an extra step that owners shouldn't have to pay for. And it should not be a requirement for a chiropractor who is trained and licensed to treat. The requirement for this should only be necessary if somebody is undertrained doing these procedures, and quite frankly, we don't want them doing that. So there is no reason for this extra amendment. Having taught at Parker University for 15 years, I can assure you I have never once Had any veterinarian out of the hundreds that have been to us come in knowing what a chiropractic subluxation is, how to find it, whether or not to treat it, and if there is an expected result from that. Respectfully, if the board believes that veterinary medicine is qualified to direct specific regions of chiropractic care without additional chiropractic training, they are fooling themselves. The proposal does not protect animals nor veterinarians. It exposes veterinarians to additional liability for training they have not received and is outside of their scope of practice. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the proposed language. Please do not adopt language that would make it harder for the next copper to receive the care that saved his life. My 6-year-old daughter last night asked me a series of whys, as 6-year-olds do, about why I was here talking on this rule, and I came to the conclusion, very simply, I am a trained doctor who is fighting against a rule that would allow other doctors untrained in my role to direct how I care for my patients. Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Michelle Moster.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I appreciate your time and your attention, and I have noticed that you are very attentive, and I have spoke at hearings at the Capitol, and they tend to not care what we say, and I can tell that you guys do. And I've been in the alternative business now since 1991, massage, energy work, PEMF therapy, and a lot of what the last speaker spoke about is true. You know, we've been licensed as massage or these other modalities. Our veterinarians trained in those things, and how can they be telling us what our protocol needs to be? Okay, so that is one thing that I don't think should be part of the rules or laws or whatever. When you go to as a human, you don't need to have a doctor's referral to get massage or acupuncture or chiropractic or PEMF therapy or any of these other modalities. Why animals? What are you protecting them from? I tried to look online, I did AI. Have there been any complaints filed where animals have been harmed by these alternative therapies? And they said that's not public knowledge. And is there? I mean, I've never heard of any. I mean, I'm sure there might be some, but I mean, does it warrant, putting, the vets have to, take the time to get to whatever forms they have to give permission, and they're too busy. And they're not gonna do massage, and most of them won't be doing chiropractic or some of these others. Some are, but to be able to get permission like that, I work on a lot of dogs and cats, even a baby kangaroo, and I mean, they do wonderful with it. I've never harmed one. So I ask that you not have all these laws and restrictions, and probably we need to go to have our legislation change some of these laws. But I feel like we're turning into California with all these regulations, and why. So I do appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moster, for being here and for your time. That concludes the list that I have. Is there anybody else that signed up that just to testify? Okay, thank you all for being here today. It's a very important part of our meeting. We do genuinely appreciate y'all and listen to your comments with sincerity. So thank you. All right, next up, we're going to move on to agenda item number 4, in which case we're going to move into executive session. Pursuant to chapter 551.071, the Texas Government Code, this meeting of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners will now go into executive session at 10:04 a.m. At 10:42 a.m. and no action was taken in executive session. Agenda item 6, we will move over to Brittany Sharkey for the director report.
Thank you, Dr. Gola. My executive director report is going to be very brief, mostly because the main exciting topics we'll be discussing at this board meeting are coming up in future agenda items. But in the intervening time since our board materials were published to today, we have exciting announcements that we will have 2 new members joining our staff next month. We have hired Ali Tepper as our first director of licensing. So what that means functionally is that Jared's title will be changing to director of compliance from director of licensing and compliance on August 12th, and Ali will be joining us as our first director of licensing. Not to editorialize, Ali is a fellow NYU grad, which we always love to see, and is a former Fulbright scholar who comes to us from the nonprofit world. So really excited to have her experience with us on the board. And then additionally, we have hired Nick Seeley, who will be our legal operations supervisor. This is a new kind of hybrid role we created to help streamline and recognize the influx of cases that we are seeing at the agency to help really manage legal operations and efficiency. So Nick comes to us from an office managerial role and administrative role. So hopefully his organizational genius will really help legal and help the agency. So we're excited to welcome these 2 new faces in August, and you will see Ali presenting to the board starting at our October board meeting. So, exciting developments all around. And then also, if you've noticed that we are missing a Mr. Mike Tacker today, I am subbing in for him and will assuredly not do nearly as good of a job as he would, given that he's Mike, but they have had yet another banner quarter in enforcement. And now actually, I gotta find Mike's report and make sure I do it justice. So I will actually turn it over to Kelly, who's sitting next to me.
Thank you. All right, so for the legal report, these numbers were compiled as of June 29th. So things have changed slightly, but generally pretty accurate. At that time, we had 534 complaints in legal. The breakdown of those complaints were 123 pending board IC and formal conference. We have 171 pending board action, 48 pending approval of orders, 5 cases on hold pending civil or criminal proceedings, 39 cases pending staff conference, 7 cases filed at SOA, 16 pending SOA filing, 51 pending cease and desist, 70 pending agreed order, and 2 pending a licensing committee hearing. After the board meeting, the projected remaining complaints will be approximately 315. Any questions?
Kelly, are we making progress on the ICs or is it stacking up?
So we've been doing the 2 a month and like the expanded docket, and it seems like we're at about the same number that we were at last meeting. And so those are coming a little faster, and so we're hovering around that 120 number pending ICs.
But the number of complaints obviously has increased year over year significantly.
Yes.
So that would make sense.
And now with
What
this,
is the percentage of increase of complaints in this last?
But we'll get to when I get to the enforcement, Mike will that. Yes. Thank Mike for the day. We'll get to that. So actually I was able to bring up the enforcement report. So for the 3rd quarter, enforcement received 179 complaints in March, 169 in April, and 166 in May. So we are on track to probably receive between 16 and 1700 complaints this year. So basically more than doubling. So it is a significant increase. Mike, so far in this quarter, quarter 3 conducted 426 inspections and opened 36 complaints from those inspections. So we're keeping a very consistent sort of percentage wise there. But yes, we are definitely trending much higher on complaints year over year. But I think the good news is right now that Mike has 181 cases in inspection. So each investigator is hovering under 20 cases. Salesforce has really made a huge impact on the efficiency and turnaround on those cases and enforcement. So this is the lowest even though we have more complaints than we've ever seen, each investigator has a lower number of average caseload than they ever have, at least during my tenure. So we're processing these complaints, I think, and then the big hangup was in our medical review process, obviously with that significant increase in complaints, but bringing on a second staff veterinarian. Dr. Higginbotham she's in her full month with us, and she's, I think, really gotten up to speed and is understanding our process and turning out really great medical reviews. So you're going to see a huge uptick in cases, probably in both medical review dismissal and pending IC as both vets come online.
So I know this is probably a question that would be better served for later when we discuss the LAR, but would we expect that we would need a third full-time veterinarian to read cases, considering the number of cases that are coming through? I mean, it's been exponential. And when we had from the board members reading cases to a full-time veterinarian reading cases, and we're still behind, and now 2 veterinarians full-time reading cases, and yet I still feel like we're behind.
So I don't necessarily, I would like to give Dr. Higginbotham a little bit more runway to see what her output is when she's sort of fully up to speed. So obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. Obviously, with our first staff veterinarian, Dr. Mixon had the benefit of coming to us from the board, understanding our process, understanding what information was helpful to y'all in reviewing those cases. And so Dr. Higginbotham has caught on exceptionally quickly. And I think now that she's kind of fully up to speed after her kind of 90-day mark, I mean, she and Dr. Mixon are turning out about 100 cases a month. So I think we are keeping up. I would say if I'm looking to forecast the next big issue, it is that informal conference case. I think that is the next big potential where cases are going to come in time for resolution.
Okay, so what would you perceive the need in informal conference? Does that mean we would need another lawyer to help run the informal conferences so that the processes can be completed once the set of informal conferences done, so that one person isn't stuck doing all of the follow-up paperwork? Or is it the board members need to find another day in their life to give up?
I'll say, if all of you could retire and do this full time, that would actually that's the dream situation for me, but I don't know that I get that lucky. And so we're actually, one of the reasons we brought on, so we got a little bit creative here with bringing Nick Seeley onto our team in the legal division. So he's basically filling the FTE role that was occupied by Femi, our systems admin. And so this was so you'll see that we're actually asking for a systems admin in the LAR, because instead of maybe asking for a legal assistant, because they needed that relief sooner than we needed somebody in IT to work with us on the database. And so we've got this, I've described to Nick in his interview that this role was intended to be sort of air traffic control for legal, to help schedule those ICs, help us do the paperwork, make those trains run on time. And so I think he is going to be a great asset to getting us more efficient during those ICs, but really it is ultimately, we're going to have to do more of those, but we've got the support staff to make that happen. Or at least as of August 12th, we'll definitely have that.
I know one of the challenges we've had with ICs, and this is a request from me to y'all, is that we get things scheduled, and then at the last minute, there is a reschedule. And then we get them on another IC panel, and now another set of board members has to review that same data. If there is a way we can help the people attending ICs get these on the calendar much sooner, maybe 90, 120 days, so that they've got plenty of runway, that this date is firm, so that we can limit some of that, because obviously that delays a lot. And I know recently we've had a lot of that. So that's my request to y'all.
And that is the hope, I think, of bringing Nick on, is that we can start getting these done much faster instead of just sort of playing continuous catch up, that we can start planning out further and further, especially now that we have 4 IC dates through the end of the year. So I think we're going to see from y'all kind of making those asks again of like, hey, give us your availability for the full year. We will, if you tell us you're available, we will book you. And that way we can get those scheduled out much further. And one of the things I will say too is that the plan is for you all to see chapters 575 and 577 at our October meeting, which deals with our procedure. And so I do think there are going to be some changes in there that our goal is that we hope expedite some of these processes and make them a little bit cleaner too. So we're approaching it. It is a problem that we are aware of, and we are approaching from a lot of angles of resources, of rule changes, and whatever needs to happen to make sure, because we are actually we have almost halved our average case resolution time from when I came in as ED. We were almost at 600 days, and now we are around 270, 280 for average case resolution time. Our goal is 180, so we're obviously still not there yet, but we are making huge progress. And so we see these potential backlogs and bottlenecks coming down the pipeline, but I also want to commend the board and staff for doing a lot to resolve those issues ahead of time. And we're, miles ahead better than where we were at this time 3 years ago.
And I'd like to commend the board members for stepping up to the request that we had 2 meetings ago, where we asked for y'all to give us times and dates and get them on the calendar, and recognize all the hard work, and everybody is participating. Everybody's working through these cases. So thank y'all for that. That understand the amount of time y'all volunteered to get that done.
Right. So that was Brittany. As Mike, if you have any further questions for enforcement, happy to.
Are we on pace to hit our legislative requirements for the year in terms of inspections?
Yes. Yeah, so we should be averaging about 400 inspections a quarter. And so for example, for Q3 might hit 421. So we are definitely on track. We'll probably exceed a little bit, as we usually do, but not by a huge.
And we are in our 4th quarter, so
yeah,
we finish it up.
So yes, as of the end of Q3, Mike was at 1281 total for the year.
And
So
1,600 is our.
okay. Any other questions for Mike? Okay. Candace, if you want to give the finance report.
The agency began its 4th quarter of the fiscal year as of July 1st. Financial activity remains aligned with appropriations, with revenues and expenditures tracking as expected. The agency remains in a stable financial position with no concerns at this time. Expenditures are consistent with the fiscal year timeline. As of June 16th, we were 79% of our way through the fiscal year and had expended 70% of our budget. Licensing and renewal cycles continue to drive steady revenue, so no significant shortfalls or variances are anticipated for the range of the fiscal year. Do you have any questions?
And last but certainly not least, Jared with licensing and compliance.
Good morning. These are as of June 30th. I'll do the compliance update first. The compliance department currently has 24 licensees that are being monitored regarding board orders. The task of DPS fingerprint validations is continuing to be done on a daily basis and will continue for years to come. Every licensee, as discussed previously, will have their fingerprints validated after 5 years to make sure that they are still an active license per state and federal guidelines. Staying on the fingerprint topic, 973 total new fingerprints have been reviewed for applicants in 2026, with numbers trending to be the highest our agency has ever received. The compliance department, Director Conrath, has fielded 378 phone calls for compliance, licensing, fingerprint, CE, and general agency-related questions from licensees and applicants so far in fiscal year 2026. Compliance department has also assisted with 162 interagency related requests from various departments within the TBVME. Finally, CEs are required to be uploaded upon license renewal. No more extensions will be granted unless it is due to a hardship. Furthermore, random auditing is taking place every day by mechanisms set up in Salesforce, with 41 cases for CE noncompliance having been transferred to enforcement for further investigation. And lastly, as your friendly reminder, please remember that 2 hours of opioid CEs are due every 2 years to stay in compliance.
Question in regards to that particular, at what point do we get where Salesforce will flag the person renewing their license and just say, hey, you haven't met the standard?
It's already doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already doing it. I'm getting 5. We have a mechanism set up in place right now where I'm getting 5 random audited ones every evening. And then if someone doesn't upload the appropriate number of CEs, they automatically come to a secret list that I have, and then I'll either contact them or have one of my staff members contact them. It's already being.
We're not playing from behind anymore.
We are not.
Great.
We are not. Nope. Any other questions? All right. Licensing update. As of July 21st, 26th, the licensing team is reporting for the third quarter, which is March, April, and May. New licenses issued is 358 for DVM, 59 for LBT, and 1 EDP license, for a total of 418 new licenses issued in the third quarter. Renewals issued, 2,484 DVM licenses were renewed, 651 LBT licenses were renewed, and 10 EDP licenses were renewed, for a total of 3,146 licenses renewed in the third quarter. And the total active agency license counts as of June 30th of 2026 were 12,321 DVM licenses, 3,103 licensed vet tech licenses, and 69 EDP licenses, for a third quarter total of 15,493 active licenses. That concludes the licensing report. And are there any questions?
Thank you.
And that concludes the staff reports.
Okay, great. Moving on to agenda item 7, board committee reports. I'll start with just a few brief words on the executive committee. Our focus this last quarter really has been trying to get caught up with the IC cases that we've got in front of us. I will say that I'm very happy with the docket style approach that we've taken, and it seems that we are able to get many more cases done and scheduled. So thank you all for making that change. Again, thank you, board members, for making the time. And I think, Kelly, we do have our schedule out through November, right?
I think it's October.
October, okay, so maybe we should now work on that next quarter.
Correct.
Just so we can stay on. So board members, be looking at your calendars, and Kelly will reach out to see what we can get scheduled, so that we have those dates and we can schedule those folks so that we don't have cancellations like we've been getting. Beyond that, obviously, we've got a lot of work that's been going on with the rules committee, and I'll ask any other committees if y'all have any reports to.
I have a finance committee report. So the finance committee met and we reviewed the financials up to date for the state agency operations, as well as met to review the LAR. And so we'll discuss LAR during that agenda item, but thank you to Ms. Olivier and Dr. McLeod for taking time to meet with us, and Candace and Brittany for getting everything prepped and stuff. So but actively kind of keeping an eye on stuff.
Are there any other committee reports? All right, hearing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 8. Discussion, review, and possible action regarding the board's fiscal year 2028-2029 legislative appropriations request. Hard to believe this time is here again. I know 2 years ago, we learned some valuable lessons on process and procedure. And I think we've taken a different approach. I don't know that it's perfect, but we definitely utilized our strategic plan and the finance committee and all the staff efforts to try to get this appropriately processed, as was definitely needed. And so thank y'all for recognizing the void and getting us there. And I've recognized Ms. Sharkey to discuss this.
Thank you, Dr. Gola. So what you have in front of you is a draft for our legislative appropriations request for the next biennium. So just a little bit of reminder of how we got to the document in front of you. We had both internal director level strategic planning sessions, as well as a session with the board to help come up with a strategic plan, which has then helped inform this legislative appropriations request to be in line with that strategic plan. I will say that this was drafted before the instructions came out, which they came out last week. And so just a little bit of a note that we were given specific instruction by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House that all agencies are requested to cut their baseline budget by 3%, sort of in anticipation of where we think the state's financial and fiscal situation will be going into next biennium. The good news is that we typically operate, the agency returns somewhere between 3 and 5% of its budget to the state every year. So we feel very confident that we can sort of cut that overhead, trim that fat fully, and still and not necessarily have to change or diminish any programs. We're just going to be probably a little bit more mindful of our baseline budget spending in the next biennium, and maybe hold off some things until that end of the fiscal year to make sure that we can pay for it. But we feel confident that we can weather that 3% cut without any significant changes to our programs or funding there. So the administrative statement really does break down what we are seeking. And so I think the biggest item you're going to see from us is asking for staff to administer that facility registration component that will come online on September 1st of 2027. So in discussing with the licensing and enforcement team, as of right now, we believe that 2 additional investigators, inspectors would help us administer that program, as well as 1 additional licensing specialist. Again, with the addition of Salesforce, our Salesforce database, we feel really confident in our ability to take on a lot of that work. I think the biggest challenge the agency faces is we are just in a period of, we don't have enough information. We don't know what that complaint load is going to look like. We don't know what the licensing, is going to look like. And so this is I think a good first biennium ask where we can safely onboard this amount of staff, get them trained up, and then come back maybe in the next biennium when we have more data. If we do need more staff, we may not. This may be the perfect amount, but I think this is a good amount of staff for where we anticipate that facility registration program to be. The next legislative appropriations item we are asking for is a systems administrator. With Salesforce, we have been without one. We've had a contract systems administrator, and while that has met our needs, having somebody in-house really to be able to maintain the database, run it, make the tweaks that we need to make it fully optimized really does feel needed. We can sort of get by without it, but I think this would make us a lot more efficient and responsive than maybe trying to figure out workarounds or waiting for bigger sort of ticket item build outs. So we would like to be able to have a full-time systems administrator. We candidly lost ours because we couldn't pay enough. And we didn't have the budget to match a salary offered by a much larger state agency. And so knowing kind of what that competitive price looks like out there for other agencies, we were asking for funding commensurate with that, and acknowledging the specialized skills that person would need to have to run our database systems. The third additional staff member we are asking for is a communication specialist. So I give Ms. Whitehead and the Finance Committee credit for bringing this to us as a way to respond to what came out in the strategic plan. A way to make sure that we are dedicating somebody to that communications platform. So whether that's social media, working on our newsletters, there's just not a lot of bandwidth in our very small but mighty staff to do communications, or I'm doing it, which if you've seen my graphic design skills, you don't want me doing that. And so being able to bring in somebody who has expertise in this, who knows the visual language, can help us run a more efficient communications program, I think would really help level up the agency. Especially as we'll see when we get into our discussion of our new world screwworm response. The public really does expect a higher level of communications than we are currently able to offer. And so leveling up and adding that FTE, I think, would go a long way in really professionalizing the work we are able to produce on that front. I also think it helps meet our goal of public protection by better communicating who we are and what we're up to the public. The deeply, this is not the most fun LAR request, but we are asking for funds to help us digitize our microfiche. We have drawers and drawers full of it. We have a very sad, derelict microfiche reader. Trying to get that bad boy repaired is a problem unto itself. And so we are faced with the option of either a $10,000 repair of a old piece of equipment. It's still functional, but for how much longer is a little bit of a question. Or we could have a one-time cost related to digitizing all that data. Because it is a voluminous amount of data, you pay more to obviously have it organized when it's digitized, and so that it is not a inexpensive undertaking. I remember I thought we would be able to do it with the funds kind of left over at the end of the fiscal year. When we got quotes back, I was absolutely floored by the cost. And so we are asking for it as an exceptional item in our legislative appropriations request.
Brittany, can I ask real quick, are we required to digitize that?
I was like, not yet, but there's probably a moment where that's coming sooner rather than later.
The risk of loss from damage or fire or would be catastrophic.
So it's almost all pre-2000 records that we currently have at the agency are stored on that microfiche. So long overdue. We're also asking for some across the board raises for staff to help compete with cost of living in just general increased costs there. And then as we also are asking for a similar a bump to my salary as well to keep in line with the bump for staff.
Is there any discussion, questions for Ms. Sharkey?
I just would like,
I
oh,
would-
go ahead.
I'd like to know more about this communications specialist. Is that, I mean, we're such a small agency and yes, we're growing. But what is the communication like? What do you envision?
So this would enable us to actually have a presence on social media. I think the challenge we have is that without somebody to own that and sort of dedicate full time to it, that is in of itself a full-time task, right? Across multiple channels, creating posts, responding, getting information out there. So that person would be responsible for that as well as our newsletter. So that would mean that we could send out more regular newsletters instead of just, the quarterly we send out after every board meeting. This would enable us to maybe explore other avenues. I'll talk a little bit about in our next agenda item around our response to screwworm. I've been hosting a weekly webinar on screwworm, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there for us to meet. We also hosted our alternative therapies webinar back in May to help explain some of the issues around this. And I think there's opportunity for us to have a more robust, ongoing conversation with the public. That I think there's a lot of misinformation, miscommunication out there. And this would give us an avenue and a channel to help clear some of that up internally.
I think we identified during our strategic plan, there's a void of communication, and I think this is yes, we're a small agency, but what we are exposed to, unlike some of our brethren agencies, is much broader. I mean, I don't think the dentists are dealing with the world screwworm, right?
No.
So
I certainly hope not. It's not terribly right.
at least not in Texas.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a bold initiative that would benefit the public tremendous, and it's one of the things that we've been criticized of, that we're not putting information out there. I think it's good.
And this was something that I specifically brought to the finance committee for discussion, and it's something that, I mean, we have done a good job getting the agency where it needs to be over the years, but one thing that is consistent and prevalent, and it's something that I'm, as a board member, passionate about, is government transparency is not just a one-way thing, it's a two-way thing. And so we can be transparent, you can come look and see our records and what we're doing, but transparency is also a public service side of operations and making sure we're communicating and we're educating. I think from a public perspective, educating public on duties, rights, roles, responsibilities, standard of care might also help with number of complaints or different things, and educating on what is actual standard of care or duty. And there's just great opportunity, I think, for us to just provide, not that what we haven't been doing isn't a good level, but a more consistent communication approach, and better serve our veterinarians and better serve the public and kind of what we're doing. And I agree, we are not, while our agency is small and mighty, the dynamics of our complaints, the growth, the modernization of our system, and I mean, we still, I bet we still have folks that are like, wait, we can do what online? We just have a duty that we can't rely on our partner associations to be the responsible person to get that out there or anything like that. And so this was one, I thank you for that. I think this is way more important than microfiche. Just let the record reflect. But
for the legislators listening, we would like both. Thank you.
So, not to put you on the spot, but putting you on the spot, could you give us an example of what maybe a conversation that the board would respond to? Just any little question that someone might ask that we would feel comfortable responding to on the internet, in which case everyone in the world gets to see it.
Everyone gets to see it. And so I will say that is one of the risks associated with why I'm probably not doing more in terms of communication, because I'm very sort of aware of what that is and wanting to make sure I'm troubleshooting it. So this person would really be able to run that kind of interference and think through these things, but also help us. I mean, just maybe it's a series of YouTube videos, maybe it's more webinars, more articles and just the ability to help us get more information out there, because I do think we get bogged down in the licensing and the enforcement component. And while that is that is the key to public protection, I think also getting information out there is a really important component of that as well. And something we're kind of facing down with this facility registration coming down the pipeline in September 27, we're going to have to do a public awareness campaign to let folks know that they're going to have to register, that there's new rules, there's going to be a complaint process around that. And that is not something that is the thing that is keeping me up at night, is how we are going to do that with the resources we have and my very limited graphic design and social media skill set, such as they are. And so I think this is amplifying that need for us in order just to, I think, really level the agency up.
Right. So having said that, is that enough money to pay? Is someone willing to do it at that price? Because I kind of feel like it's not that much money.
It's not. And so one of the things we talked about in terms of the agency is also, we've had to look at structure, right? And so I think there was talk about, do we bring this person on as a communications director? Do we bring somebody on as a specialist, what level, and what does that look like? And so I think for the kind of the org chart of it all, adding another director didn't feel right, because I think we are maybe getting administratively top heavy, and especially if there's not necessarily a direct report under there. And so, and I think also for an agency of our size, there's a little bit of a delicate balance of, could we even get a director at sort of what we're paying our directors of somebody with this kind of communications and marketing experience? Probably not. So could we get somebody who's maybe a little bit more junior? I think the idea would be that they report to Kristen, our chief of staff. That would be her direct report, and then overseen by me, so that we would still have, I think, clarity and coherence of message, kind of have that like legal risk perspective, and make sure that we could do that. But so I think the idea is to hire somebody sort of more junior in their career, give them, I think, really invaluable experience, and bring them on as sort of a lower level. And obviously there's room for growth to maybe promote to a director of communications or a manager as we grow. But I think we felt most comfortable starting with somebody in that kind of specialist level that Kristen and I could provide that oversight of and really kind of manage the communications program. Because I feel like we've got the bandwidth to manage it, but the actual creation component is where we definitely fall short on our time.
I would have a concern, especially since this would open up a back and forth of the general public looking for medical advice from a non-veterinarian staff member who's just doing social media and dealing with that, because unfortunately that's just the way it is.
I'll jump in here. I don't see, to me, a communication specialist is a staff member who's given direction on, hi, these are the areas we need to educate the public on, whether it's rules, structure, strategy, whether it's access, and so you, as Brittany would likely have them within certain areas, like government component, education on upcoming meetings and how to provide public comment, and different things. And so when you have a government entity, though, a communication specialist is going to be trained on, they're not going to be DMing, yeah, you probably should go get a rabies shot or something. There's things like that, and there's standard responses that those people would have. But to me, and the vision for this, especially, I mean, we can go back to that strategic plan and identify 4 or 5 different areas where this strategist needs to divide up the schedule, whether it is, and then I think that's also looking at, 70,000. I recently hired a marketing person for probably 20,000 less, in the private sector. So your entry level folks, I think this is a comparable salary to other state agencies. But also we're asking them, I do want to just make sure we're not just saying this isn't like a social media person, because we also have to meet our constituencies where they're at, whether it's email, newsletter, webinar, podcast, social. I mean, to recognize the amount of DVMs that are, as Dr. Skaggs said, in the 4 digits earlier or something, all the way to those that got licensed last month. Communications is a difficult task that has to be approached in a lot of different ways. So
But I think the price, and it doesn't necessarily have to be someone, it could be someone remote-ish. But I think the governor's asked us to look at our budgets and be conservative, looking at the forecast of the economics coming to the legislature. It's a good first step. And then see, maybe where in the next biennium it goes.
And I will say we did consult, we looked at other agency postings, we looked at, the state auditor's office classifications. And so this felt in line with what other agencies were offering, as well as within that kind of state auditor's office guideline.
All right, any other topics of discussion beyond communication? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the legislative appropriations request draft?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the legislation appropriations request draft. We'll now open that for discussion.
Didn't we just discuss it?
Well, not technically. I mean, there is broader discussion now is the time in the process.
Yeah, I would like the record to just reflect, I have a fiscally conservative gal. The facilities registration is just something that I encourage staff to monitor and make sure. I was hesitant as the finance committee chair to just 3 staff members. I think it's going to be a beast of a project. But I came to a point after discussing staff, I feel comfortable as the chair to say, I think 3 is a good starting point. But we got ourselves into a tough position as a board because we didn't adequately ask for the things that we needed at the legislature. And I'm really happy with this document because understanding the dynamic of what we're going into, I think this keeps us pushing forward in a conservative manner.
And I think that is the biggest challenge kind of facing us with the facility registration, is just not knowing what we don't know. And so not wanting, I think the worst situation we can put ourselves is in a place where we have over-asked, over-get, and then we may have to turn around and let folks go.
Yeah.
I think it's obviously, especially what we learned after the 2023 session is when we almost doubled our staff, is that hiring and onboarding is not without its costs to the team. And as of an agency of our size, we are very confident that we can onboard those 3 additional folks. That's an easy ask. That's not going to take, our staff away from their day-to-day to interview, onboard, and train these folks and get them up to speed. And so we feel really confident that we can absorb that amount, let them hit the ground running, and then also really help us start gathering data points for that 2029 session, when we can say, okay, now we know how many facilities we have. Here's how many additional complaints that generates. Here's the impact it's had on our average case resolution time. We are approaching this blind. And I think that is the biggest challenge. And so we've tried to balance what we know we can safely absorb and onboard, folks that we're pretty sure we're not, going to have to turn around and then fire because we don't have enough work for them. And then the ability to kind of keep growing as this program really matures and develops. Because I think what you'll likely see in our first years that we're probably not going to, really, the game plan will be a lot of education through compliance, not necessarily harsh and strict enforcement. It's going to be a lot of us getting out there and doing that kind of public awareness campaign. And so then by the time we're having this conversation in another 2 years, I think we'll have a lot of really valuable data points that we can start talking about. Yes, this was enough, or no, maybe we need an additional 2 to 3 staff. But I mean, our licensing team is currently 2 specialists, are currently 3 specialists right now working on it. And our licensing population is growing 37%, and it has stayed the same, and they've been able to provide the same level of service. So I do think we found efficiencies in other areas. So like I said, I'm confident that we can handle what's coming to us with this staffing level.
Any other discussion? Brady, just for clarification, that this draft will include the 3% requested by the governor, that'll, as we submit that to the government, to the
Yes.
legislature.
So what this is just approving right now is our exceptional item request. And so you will see and this does not include our baseline budget, which is where that 3% comes from. So that will be in the documents submitted with this.
All right, hearing no more discussion, then I will ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and we have passed the draft of the legislative appropriations request. Staff, Brittany, Financial Committee, Board of Directors, thank y'all very much for everything you did to get this done in the manner in which we did. And I would ask that if anybody has feedback on how we need to do this process different starting a year in January, please let us know so that we can refine where we may have some deficiencies. So thank y'all for that. Next up, agenda number 9, discussion, review, and possible action regarding the board's human resources policy manual. I recognize Ms. Sharkey.
Sorry, y'all are gonna get sick of me after the end of this meeting. So what you have in front of you is our HR policies. And so what we have intended to do with this document is give the board the opportunity to weigh in on a broader HR policy document rather than sort of the individual nuts and bolts of how we manage our day-to-day operations. This document will help guide us as we formulate that sort of more day-to-day manual for our team. The goal would be to hopefully discuss this, get a version approved today, and then Kristen and I can get to work on the actual HR manual that would go into place on September 1 for our staff. So this enables us to be a little bit more flexible and change things as we need to if statutes or rules change, if the way that, for example, the comptroller wants us to record time changes, we don't necessarily have to bring the full manual back to the board for changes and approval. So this helps, I think, give you guys as the board this broader policy oversight, which is what we want y'all to have, while allowing us to retain that kind of day-to-day operational work at the staff level. So this is kind of a nice balance of y'all get the broad policy oversight, we have the ability to change the sort of day-to-day nuts and bolts, and you all don't have to weigh in on how people notify their supervisor when they're sick. Unless you have very strong feelings on it, in which case we're happy to entertain that. But so that we worked with TDLR. This was I would like to thank the TDLR staff for their assistance on this. This was actually their idea. They are in the process of adopting a similarly situated manual and document. They provided a lot of guidance to us in this process. And this was a pet project of mine going into the attachment that I had asked for their help on. This was not something that came out of a sunset review or an audit, but this was just a glaring omission that I wanted to work on in this 4-year attachment while we had their expertise and resources available to us. So this is the result of that. We've done all the kind of big work of the sunset reviews and the different audits. And so now we get to do what I consider the fun stuff. So that is the document in front of you, and happy to answer any questions about it.
So this is just a skeleton.
Right. Correct.
I think this is a great doc, and it broadly covers the things that, from a legal compliance drafting experience that I have, should be in an HR manual. And I like the structure that you brought it to us so that you do have flexibility. Because I don't need to know how you take off time, but you need to take off time. So I appreciate it. And I think the things that I would assume that you guys would also implement state policies when it comes to, different things you're allowed or not allowed to do from an HR manual perspective as an agency. But yeah.
Thank you. And that was actually, so Kristen and I started the task of working on our own, the HR manual, and just at every turn, it was like, well, okay, this is state law. This is state law. And so it's, this is probably unsatisfying for the board to weigh in on because there's not a lot of discretion, right? There are a lot of things that really are mandated or that, are just already set in stone for us. And really the manual is kind of a way to share a lot of that with the employees rather than any kind of broader policy statement on how we want the agency to run. And so this was a nice opportunity, I think, to get into that. And then also we can have the very nuts and bolts manual too of here's how much time you accrue based on how long you've been with the state and whatever that may be.
Any other questions or discussion here? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Board Human Resources Policy Manual?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the Board Human Resources Policy Manual. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, next up, agenda item 10, discussion and review of the TBVME response to the New World Screwworm infestation. Ms. Sharkey.
So me again. As y'all know or may have heard, on June 3rd, Texas experienced its first detection of New World Screwworm in more than 60 years here in the United States. A team of the New World Screw Room Coalition here in Texas is a combination of industry partners and agencies that has actually been meeting about this issue since last year. We recently were invited to join the group. And as part of our involvement with the group, we were asked to produce a weekly webinar series. We just had our 4th edition of it yesterday. So every Monday at 4, we host a webinar. It starts with an update from our agency partners, which include the USDA as our federal partner, and then all of our state level partners, including Animal Health Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Veterinary Medical Diagnostic Lab, and the Department of State Health Services. And then we'll get into some nuts and bolts around a specific topic. Our first episode, if you will, our first edition was really just an update on what role each of our partner agencies was playing in the response and what they kind of updates there. Our second one was a deep dive into Know Your Enemy, Screwworm 101. Last week, we discussed the available treatments for New World Screwworm. We're kind of in an interesting place where there's either emergency use authorization or conditional approvals of medications out there. So got into that. And then yesterday we had a conversation with Dr. Lansford from Animal Health Commission about what to do if you actually have a suspected case of screwworm, kind of very practical hands-on guide. In addition, we have also launched a volunteer veterinarian and shelter matching program on our website. So there were some concerns around shelters maybe not having access to veterinary care, especially in terms of like trying to get animals out of state or from out of infested zones. And so if they needed veterinary care, we have the ability for veterinarians to register as volunteers and kind of what areas they're willing to serve on our website and shelters to also let us know if they need that help, and we can help coordinate any efforts out there to make sure that our shelters have the care they need during the period of this crisis. In addition, we also have a very fancy webpage on our website for our New World Screwworm response, which also has some guidance documents created by me and my graphic design skills. You will see, if you didn't think we needed a communication specialist before, maybe go take a look at those, and that will probably convince you that it was needed yesterday. But we do have some guidance out there for our veterinarians, for our shelters, and for members of the public, as well as a guidance document around just a little bit more clarity for shelters as well, and veterinarians engaging there. But so that's what we've been doing to help with the New World Screwworm infestation. I will also say, just editorialize a little bit, I am continuously impressed by the work that our agency partners are doing. The folks that we were talking to from the USDA are just absolutely brilliant, know their stuff, and they've got all this well in hand. And Animal Health Commission has really done an incredible amount of work putting together a playbook for when this eventuality would occur. And they are following the playbook that they've had in place for a year, and have really done a great job at helping contain and educate. Texas Parks and Wildlife is doing incredible amounts of outreach to folks in the infested zone. So it's really been an incredible group effort, and it's always really heartening to see government at its best and doing exactly what it's there to do, and they're doing a really good job at it. I would also be remiss, TDLR has actually gotten into the response as well. They've committed 2 staff members to help Animal Health Commission process inspection information. So that was John Schildwachter and Andrea Hendricks. So wanted to make sure that they got a shout out for our attached agency, who technically not even in this world, and they've also stepped up to help as well. So really multi-pronged approach, and a lot of really impressive work happening out there.
And this request came directly from the governor's office that asked us to get involved to help corral all that information into one location. And Brittany, thank you for that last minute weekend before the first one. You did a lot of work to get that kicked off. But I think what I'm most impressed about is the people in the room that you were able to get to attend, from the very high ups at the USDA to all the leadership across Texas, including Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and all the experts with the Agricultural Extension Service. I was impressed and continue to be impressed with the number of people that attend. I mean, I'm glad we got our Zoom account able to do more than 100 lessons learned from our first. But thank you for that. And you know, we continue to have week 4 very, very strong attendance. And so having a point of collection for everybody to come together to disseminate the information directly to the veterinarians, and that was my concern. There's a lot of information about New World Screwworm, but how do the veterinarians actually treat? And we address that. And what do you actually look for, and how do you address that? And I think we even had general members of the public that were attending that were not veterinarians, which was also great to see and to ask questions. So thank you for that.
So yes, every Monday at 4. If you don't have anything else to do, please join us for the New World Tour webinar. And in addition, the recordings are available on the website as well. So if you can't catch us live, we are there and that resource is available.
Any questions or discussion on this agenda item?
I listened to them on last week and I was very appreciative of all the different people you had put together to participate. I felt a little bad for some of the images you had to look at, Brittany, for not being in that background, but it's like, oh, this isn't pleasant if you're not from that. But I think it's really helpful to have all those agencies working so well together.
It is very impressive. So, and I will say we have the USDA admiral in charge of the sterile fly program is both fascinating and hilarious, and he is a frequent guest on our webinar. So he's always a great time. So for his updates alone, it's worth watching.
All right, before we move on to agenda item 11, I'm going to take the privilege of a short recess for a bio break, and we'll be back, let's say at 11:38. It is 11:33 for the recess. proposed rule changes. But before I go, we have our two doctors, our two board members online. Are they here? Dr. Skaggs, Ms. Olivier, are you with us?
I see, yeah. There's not on video.
Ms. Olivier, you're with us?
Yes, sir.
There he is.
And there's Dr. Skaggs. Welcome back. All
I
right.
just wanted him in the hat. He's got a wonder in the back.
Okay, Texas Administrative, we'll start over. And agenda item number 11, discussion, recommendation, and possible action regarding proposed rule changes to Title 22, Texas Administrative Code, Part 24, Chapter 571, licensing to be published in the Texas Register. And I recognize Ms. Sharkey to discuss the proposed changes to Chapter 571 to be published.
Thank you, Dr. Gola. So what is in front of you with 571 is the work, a lot of people's work that I would like to take an opportunity to mention. Not only is this the work of the Rules Committee, who put in a lot of time and effort into this, but also Kelly Phelps and our legal staff. 571 is our licensing chapter, and it had not been holistically reviewed in quite a while. And so there were significant changes needed just to conform to statutes that were no longer in place or had changed since the chapter had been updated. Things like that our state board exam is now administered online. So we no longer even need what we used to issue were provisional licenses because the state board exam was only offered maybe twice a year. And if you needed a license between those offerings of that exam, you would have a provisional license. The on-demand administration has now rendered that out of date. So you'll see things like that updated and changed. We have now moved all provisions relating to military service into their own chapter and expanded it to be consistent with current state law. And we removed references to testing requirements, which are outside the scope of the board's regulation. So there were some references to the NAVLE. That's all in there now. We're not necessarily administering that. That is the test of choice. And those references are in there. So a lot of work really to bring this in line with current statute, and we're really happy. This is also, I will editorialize that we also went through our TRIO, the Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office review, and they also pointed out a lot of the changes you are seeing here. So it was great. Kelly and the Rules Committee had really already done a lot of work when we went into that meeting, and so it was great to have them bring up their recommendation and say, yep, we've already addressed that in this current draft. And so they were very impressed with our work as a small agency. So want to shout out again, the legal team and the Rules Committee for doing this Herculean task of a rule review. And that is the draft in front of you. So happy to answer any questions or entertain discussion of 571.
I just want to make a comment real quick. This effort is really the direct charge of the legislative body that we do this rule review. And I want folks to understand that is our motivation here, is to try to clarify what it is that the legislatures have asked us to do with rule. There has been a lot of work done, and Brittany, you mentioned those folks, and I want to thank also those that have put the time and effort, TDLR, this first chapter. So with that, if we have proposed amendments to this rule, I will recognize you to individually discuss these changes, and then we'll vote on them individually. And then after that, we'll vote to approve the entire draft with the amendments that were approved. So with that, I'll open the floor. Is there any motion here for amendments for this section?
For 571.
For 571. Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve this suggested change to the draft of Chapter 571 licensing?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the suggested changes to 571. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, moving on to the next agenda item. Discussion, recommendation, and possible action regarding proposed rule changes to Title 22, Texas Administrative Code, Part 24, Chapter 573, Rules of Professional Conduct to be published in the Texas Register. Ms. Sharkey.
Okay. So 573, a lot more significant changes. So we consolidated several rules, which were similar in nature to help reduce redundancies. This was consistent with TRIO recommendations and the best practices coming out of that audit as well. We updated the rule regarding the veterinary client-patient relationship to clarify when a VCPR is established and under what circumstances it can be terminated. We had seen, I think, some issues in complaints around that, so really hoping to help clarify that. We added a rule pertaining to client consent for diagnostics, treatment, and surgery. We updated the compounding drugs rule to remove prohibition of ordering compounded drugs for office stock or general dispensing, again, kind of bring in line with current practice. We updated the controlled substances record keeping rule to be more detailed and reflect DEA requirements. So basically removing the requirement that you would need to like go look at the DEA regulations. Hopefully you can just look at our rule and we can make that easier for our licensees who are also DEA registrants. We have updated the patient record keeping rule to better ensure continuity of care amongst providers and change that record retention requirement from 3 years to 5 years. We have updated our inspection rule to allow for virtual inspections pursuant to statutory changes from last legislative session. So that was part of SB 2155, which was the bill that also gave us facility registration. So another cool piece of that was the ability to do virtual inspections. So we've created a rule around that in this new version of 573. And we've also removed the requirement for CE obtained online that it must allow for two-way communication between instructor and attendees, and remove the limit of CE hours that can be obtained online. Again, sort of reflecting what is common practice and trying to remove barriers to continuing education for our licensees. So a lot of big changes. Happy to answer any questions or have more general discussion around some of these changes or maybe things we didn't change.
And I'll just again start with comment. I want to also add a huge thanks to the public. We got a lot of feedback on this chapter in particular, and I want folks to know that we heard you. We did what we can in regards to what's possible as what the legislature and the laws are asking us to do. But we do thank you for your participation in chapter 573. With that, same process here. If there are amendments that anybody would like to propose, I will take that in the form of a motion.
Could I have a discussion, ask a couple of questions first? So Dr. Gola?
Please feel free.
On Rule 573.50, I think it's subdivision B. There's a request now that we have to have the address of the client in the log, the drug log that we're using for controlled substances. Just wanted to be sure that I understand this rule correctly, that if you have a reference number for the owner, then that will serve as listing the address individually in the book. We don't have to do that if we're referencing the owner directly from their chart. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. There just has to be a way to determine that person's address. So if it correlates with like, say, like a client ID or something like that, then that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have an amendment. Actually, it's not an amendment. It's going back to the original of 573.14. Can you read that for us?
Yes, and we do have it up here on the screen for y'all as well. So I'm just gonna read what the draft language says and then what the amendment would be. So the current draft language, and this is 573.14B2, a non-veterinarian employee or an independent contractor. A non-veterinarian employee or an independent contractor may perform these procedures on an animal under the direct or general supervision of the veterinarian if the conditions in paragraphs 1A through C of the subsection have been met and the supervising veterinarian has provided the diagnosis and specific region or regions of the body to be treated by the independent contractor. So the proposed change would remove all of the language following if the conditions of 1A through C of the subsection have been met. So it would be period after that. The language removed would be, and the supervising veterinarian has provided the diagnosis and specific region or regions of the body to be treated by the independent contractor.
So, one of two things, it could go back to the original, where they just have a referral. Because any veterinarian at any time can refuse to give that referral. If they don't believe in chiropractic care, or they don't know the non-veterinary chiropractor. So that's never been a problem. And I'm okay if you wanted to leave the veterinarian diagnosis. My issue is the veterinarian who knows nothing about biomechanical manipulation, adjustments, how the bones maybe are out of alignment, how an issue that is causing a lameness isn't necessarily related to the leg that is lame. How that person with no knowledge of those issues can direct someone who does have knowledge of those issues. How you're gonna get them to, how you can get someone to inform someone else how to do that procedure. The issue being an orthopedic surgeon who performs a surgical procedure or elects not to perform a surgical procedure, it could be sports medicine, sends you to PT, physical therapy. They write a script for physical therapy, but they do not tell the physical therapist how to get you back into good physical condition.
Dr. Crowder, I respectfully have to disagree with you there. My wife has MS, and when she gets an order for physical therapy, it's a very specific order about what is to be done, what's not to be done. And what we're proposing here under our rule is not to try to tell the chiropractor how to do their job, rather to tell the chiropractor the problem is in this animal's spine, not and to try to limit to where they do their job.
And I've gone through the sports medicine and the physical therapy as well, both for myself and for family members. So MS is different from maybe a stretched, torn, sprained ankle, different from, plantar fasciitis.
Correct, but when you go for your stretched ankle, they don't just say, go get chiropractic.
No, what they do is they write a script, 30 days of PT. They don't call the PT and tell them what to do.
I'm not
So, and I have been a practicing AVCA certified animal chiropractic practitioner for 14 years. Okay, so I've helped explain, I've done some of the testing, and I've reviewed a lot of the chiropractic things that go on. I have good relationships with both DC chiropractors who do animal chiropractic, and I have good relationships with veterinarians. And I'm not saying that the chiropractors need to go out there and start doing this on their own. What I am proposing is that we just go back to what the rule is now. Don't make the change and allow the veterinarians to decide whether they feel comfortable with the animal chiropractor who's going to adjust their client. I'm not saying all chiropractors should just go out there and start adjusting without a veterinarian evaluating the animal.
Now, this conversation started from feedback from both sides of the argument as to what specifically the veterinarians who are referring are asking of the chiropractor. And I think the intention of this rule change was to give guidance to veterinarians to be referring their cases to the alternative or to chiropractic care with very specific recommendations of treatment. For example, if I were to refer for a carpus lesion, there shouldn't be necessarily neck adjustments unless they're associated with the carpus region.
Correct, but when it's written, it states you can only touch the region that I've diagnosed the pain or dysfunction. But just because you've looked at it as a veterinarian who doesn't know anything about animal chiropractic care doesn't necessarily mean that is the origin of the
And
issue.
if that's the case, and a chiropractor receives the animal through referral in this case, it would be incumbent upon the chiropractor then to get on the phone and say, hey, doc, I noticed you only want me to mess with the leg, but I really think there's something here in the neck region that's also affecting it. And to me, that's the opportunity then for the doctor to go back and say, oh, okay, well,
But
let's
those are
change
the
the order.
discussions that should happen before you decide that they can or can't touch a body part. Because they're gonna do a full body evaluation. Like, I have other veterinarians that refer to me to look at an animal that has an issue. And I don't just do what the other veterinarian tells me to do or thinks the problem is. I actually do a whole evaluation of the animal before I elect what I'm going to adjust or not adjust. And I think if we're collaborative, if we're not trying to say, you don't know what you're talking about, when we're trying to say everybody has a goal of helping the animal, that collaboration can happen as long as you're not standing there telling another professional how to do their job. And that is what the new rule change does. It specifically says, I, XYZ veterinarian, have diagnosed this problem in the SI and of the right leg. And you can only work on right leg. That's what the rule says as the change is now. If you want to make the diagnosis, that's fine, but saying you can only work on that part of the body and have that as a rule is the issue.
And I'll counter that with, it says diagnostic and specific region or region. So if the veterinarian is comfortable with making it a broader access opportunity, the veterinarian can do that. If the veterinarian is not comfortable with that, saying, I want you to work on this specific area and diagnosis of lesion, then that's it. Because what happens to the veterinarian that refers it, and then who is liable for whatever happens at that location?
Veterinarian
The
is
veterinarian is liable.
Veterinarian's
Not the
liable.
not
So
the
what
chiropractor.
happens if what the chiropractor does based on what the veterinarian recommended, who doesn't have any training in animal chiropractic? What happens to that veterinarian? Should someone complain?
That veterinarian gets in trouble, but that's where then they should be having conversations with the chiropractor that they're referring to make sure that they're.
That conversation needs to happen before, and I don't think we need a hard, fast rule that you can, the rule states, please read that part of the rule again, Kelly, the very last part. Change.
The change. Let's see. And the supervising veterinarian has provided the diagnosis and specific region or regions of the body to be treated by the independent contractor.
You could leave out the body part to be treated. And they can have a discussion. You could leave the diagnosis in because that's what everybody wants anyway.
So in a compromise, you would be comfortable with, and the supervising veterinarian has provided a diagnostic and specific regions by the independent. You'd be okay with it.
I'd be okay with that as long as it's not saying that's the only body part you can touch, because that's what it says now.
Can I pull this back though? All goes back to the liability of the veterinarian, correct?
But you're also talking, you're not making veterinarians who aren't interested in doing this. The veterinarian is going to be comfortable.
Can I just make a couple statements to make it work in my head though? So subsection 2 is here predominantly to outline where the liability of the veterinarian starts and stops.
It does not.
So well,
that's legislative.
But we're saying, and the veterinarian has provided diagnosis of specific regions to the body to be treated by the independent contractor. So to me, from a structural standpoint here, we're saying veterinarian can authorize, you can go do this under law, but we are providing a parameter to where if something is outside of that parameter, that VCPR, that relationship, the subcontracting of liability then stops, because this is what I've examined this. I know this is what's happening, and this is the parameters of what I'm putting on this. If something goes on outside of that, that's to me a different situation from an interpretation standpoint.
Not based on the 801.
So the way I would read this section is, so these are the requirements, and this is when this sort of service can be delegated to either a non-veterinarian employee or an independent contractor. And so these are ands, like you have to meet all of these conditions. And also you have the veterinarian has to have provided a diagnosis in a specific region. And so the way I read that is it limits it to what the veterinarian has authorized. And to your point, if we have somebody exceeding that scope, exceeding the orders from the veterinarian, essentially, that would be delving into the practice of veterinary medicine and not supervised.
Or it's, to me, I think that could be one of two issues. Or this is the scope that I'm authorizing under my veterinary license. And this is like, cause here we're putting liability on a license for operations to be had. And so I think where I hear both sides of this argument, and not to say chiropractic medicine shouldn't be done, but if we're gonna put an onus or a liability upon a licensure, and that person chooses to subcontract said responsibilities, I think it's pertinent for us to say, hey, you know, let's put some parameters and you can authorize it. I can go to my legal secretary and say, hey, draft this up for me, but ultimately it's still under my control because I have a duty to review it and do all these things. And so if we're saying, hey, no, I'm gonna give this, I'm giving it out to you, this is the parameter. I think that more clearly dictates to the veterinarian community, hey, if you're gonna do this, that's fine, you can, but please note, like, you have to put parameters on there as to where it exceeds the responsibility that you have within that immediate animal.
That's the way you can look at it by rule, but by statute, any veterinarian who refers to a non-veterinarian for anything is liable. That's what the 801 states. You can't make it less because of a rule that you implement. And for years, the non-DVM, DC animal chiropractic practitioners in Texas have been advised to get referral forms, have been advised to have conversations with veterinarians, have been advised to build those relationships. And that's what they've been doing. Based on the law and the board rules as currently written. And this seems to be, let's throw something in there and pull the rug out from under the feet of people who've been trying very diligently to do something that is beneficial for the owner, the animal, and the relationship between veterinarians and non-veterinarian DC chiropractors. You can, as I did, be a DVM who is trained in animal chiropractic. One of the issues is referring to chiropractic as vet medicine because nobody does, because it's not taught in vet school. You can't call it vet medicine. None of the vet schools teach it. None of the vet schools will even talk to the people that are teaching this modality.
I feel like what's being presented to us today is a dynamic of, I think almost all parties in this situation know we need some legislative clarification changes, or it's got to go back to it. But for me, I appreciate the Rules Committee's addition of this sentence because not pulling a rug out, but saying, hey, we need to make sure we understand where supervision of veterinarians starts and stops, because there is such a robust business community out there operating and doing. But the clarification is a liability question back on the veterinarian license. And so to me, I think keeping this in there really helps.
And that was the intent, was to do some protection for the veterinarian, but at the same time, when we read it, it said region or region. So that veterinarian could say all regions, work on all wars. If not, you supplied it then, but.
Or if it's a more sports type thing where you've got an active racehorse or
and some of the
something.
feedback we had from the sports medicine guy, and gosh, he sees a lot of animals referred to him. Veterinarian didn't even have a clue what was wrong with it and completely missed the diagnosis or didn't have a diagnosis. Well, if that's the case, you don't send it for chiropractic, you send it to somebody who does make the diagnosis and then potentially refers for chiropractic. But, just the open pen approach that we've had in the past. Don't know that that's good.
Can I just clarify, Dr. Kreiner, because I think we're approaching this on a rule by rule basis. So is your first proposal, or the first motion you're wanting to make is removing all line
So-
items in here or just
So
certain
my
ones?
first proposal is to not make the change of that particular rule.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Well, she was just asking what I was looking for. I didn't think she was looking for the motion. And then my second would be, as an option, would be to leave the diagnosis in there because that's what happens anyway, generally. And if it doesn't, it should. But for most of the people that I associate with, it does happen. But to take out the portion where the veterinarian tells you, the veterinarian who doesn't know anything about how an animal chiropractic assessment is made, tells someone that practices what to do
So
and
the,
where
like,
to do it.
573.14A, like
Yeah.
the changes in A, you're saying remove those changes as well and remove the changes
Just
in
go
C.
back, for A, just go back to the original rule.
And in C, the same standard of care is required. So you're saying the entire section of 573.14, the proposed amendment is to remove any and all changes that are being presented here.
I want to clarify that, because my understanding was that the change was solely to, that language in B2, that last sentence of that paragraph that was added.
Okay, sorry, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So there's other things in here,
Right.
you know,
There's
referencing
other things,
occupations
and I'm
code.
not, I don't have an issue with the other thing.
It's just that one.
It's just that one sentence.
Yeah, I guess my comment is that if veterinarians still want to operate as they have always been able to operate with their referrals, they can. If there is a veterinarian that wants to limit the scope of a referral, this allows them to do that.
Well, but they can do that with the referral. They don't have to have it in a rule. It's like,
I think there would be some protections that are provided if I'm a veterinarian and I refer for a non-licensed individual to work on a rear limb and they decide to do that, and while they're there, they decide to work on the eye and damage it. I don't want to be held liable for that, because as of right now, I referred that animal to them and I'm liable for anything and everything because I didn't designate what it is that I'm referring it for. And so that's where this just gives
well,
some
but
protection.
okay, so, I mean, you need to come up with a better analogy than that because an animal chiropractic practitioner.
We're not just talking about
Right.
chiropractors. We're talking
No,
about.
this is just chiropractic.
No, it's
Any
alternative
non-alternative
therapies, chiropractic, and other forms of musculoskeletal manipulation. So it's more than just chiropractic. It's all things. And it could be an individual in my practice, which I am referring, delegating treatment duties to. It's not just chiropractic or musculoskeletal manipulations. It's anything that falls in this category that is an alternative therapy in my clinic as well as outside of my clinic. And so we're trying to capture all of it. It's not just chiropractic.
So obviously the rule needs maybe to be broken down more specifically. Line by line, each modality.
Problem with that is new modalities keep popping up daily. And we're trying to write some rules that are gonna last for a little while.
You're not gonna write a rule that's gonna catch everything that shows up in 5 years. And by then you need to review the rule anyway.
But this, the way it's written now
Pretty general.
does, perform procedures on an animal under director's general supervision. I mean, that's to a non-vet employee or an independent contractor. I mean, that's covering any type of action being done by that person for that purpose. I mean, this is as broad of a scope as we can get as far as covering modalities.
And to meet our charge of being brief in our rules. Not list many things.
Any others like to weigh in? Discussion?
So 573.14 is specific to chiropractic and musculoskeletal manipulation,
Correct.
not acupuncture or anything.
No, acupuncture can only be done by veterinarians.
Veterinarians, yeah.
And before people even thought that chiropractic was a useful modality. I mean,
Kelly, what are the other musculoskeletal things that are listed in the statute that this would fall under?
Yeah, there are, it's that's language in 151C. So the alternate therapies, it includes some things that are MSM and chiropractic, but other things too. So the list is ultrasound diagnosis and therapy, magnetic field therapy, holistic medicine, homeopathy, chiropractic treatment, acupuncture, and laser therapy. That's the specific list from the statute.
All right, well, let's get our business done here. Is there a form of a motion we're gonna bring forward that we can vote on and move forward?
I move that we return, that we go back to the original rule for 573.14.
Specific to the subsection
Specific.
B2.
Specific to subsection B2.
Okay, I've got a motion to keep 573.14 subsection 2C in its original form. B2, sorry. In its original form. Do I have a second? Okay, hearing no second, the motion fails and we'll move on. All right, next, do I have any other amendments that we'd like to present?
Sure, then I will move that we again go to 573.14 and amend the current change to remove that the veterinarian must give, inform the non-DVM practitioner what body part they must work on.
Okay, so the motion in front of me is to alter 573.14B2C to remove the specific regions of the body language. Correct.
Yes.
Do I have a second? Okay, hearing,
It would say the supervising veterinarian provided the diagnosis
Yes.
of the body to be just a specific, the
The
diagnosis.
diagnosis.
And leave out the rest.
Correct.
I do kind of see the point, I mean,
we
the
can't-
diagnosis.
we can't have a discussion unless we have a
Okay,
second, sorry.
If you want to have a discussion, you can second it.
Second it and have a discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah, moved and seconded. We have a motion now, 573.14B2C to remove the specific regions from the language is now open for discussion.
I mean, I do totally get supervisor veterinarian does need to do the diagnosis. I am fairly uneducated about chiropractic, but I am aware veterinarians don't really get that in vet school. And sometimes you could get referred issues, would that be the right term? That they might be lame in a leg, but it might be coming from somewhere in the back.
Right.
I do have concerns about the veterinarian being held liable.
They're held liable no matter what.
But they are held liable no matter what.
So, and a lot of veterinarians just don't write the referral because they don't want to be held liable, because they don't believe in chiropractic, because they don't understand chiropractic, because they only want a DVM who's trained in animal chiropractic to work on the animal. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't disagree with it.
Well, the process to me is a little bit frustrating because you're right. The veterinarian is on the hook for someone who's not doesn't have a have a governing body of their own. And ultimately what we need is a governing body of animal chiropractic. And,
Correct.
you know, and until we get that, we're kind of in a gray zone to where basically this is going to give us some opportunity to get on a veterinarian for doing this, because we can't get on the chiropractor that's actually doing the problem, you know. So the whole area to me is just a little bit frustrating because I don't know really what our role is in it. I certainly have had patients that I've sent out or didn't send out for chiropractic care that got it, that injured the animal beyond repair. But I've also had people that have gone to prior chiropractors and felt like they've got some relief with it with their animal. So I just don't know what our role is in it, and that's what kind of concerns me about the whole process.
Right, and if they go out and get chiropractic care without the DVM's approval, how has that changed anything for the animal? Either way, I mean, if the animal gets injured, all we can say is, I told you not to do it, and it's not my fault. Whereas as a DVM, you can actually have that conversation with them and, you know, try to be more collaborative so that the animal gets the best care. Not, I gotta protect myself because someone I don't know might do something I don't like. And so, you know, I'm not saying sign off on referrals you don't want to sign off on. You get to choose which orthopedic surgeon you send your client to. You get to choose which ophthalmologist you recommend. So you should also be able to get to choose, if they're available, what chiropractic care they can have and by whom. And if there's no one in your area, you can say there's no one in the area that I trust. And if there is someone in the area, you know, the veterinarians hopefully would have the opportunity, and the DCs would have the opportunity to, you know, learn each other. But making a rule that states you can only touch this part of the body is, I don't think, is the right approach.
Yeah, and I'll respectfully differ with you on that. I think this allows those veterinarians that are comfortable with a broader approach to those things, that have a great relationship with their partnering chiropractor or other modalities that we're discussing. This just helps provide some guidance for those that want it to limit that access because they've got other things that they're concerned about, and it gives them that opportunity to do that with some teeth.
To Dr. Crunner's point of saying there's not a chiropractor in the area that I like, trust, whatever, so I'm not gonna refer, that wouldn't get us in trouble with the failure to refer.
That would be a medical question that the veterinarians would have to look at the specific case to see if a referral was specifically warranted in that circumstances, but just on its own, not necessarily.
Well, I mean, there wouldn't be a failure to refer because chiropractic isn't vet medicine.
Yeah.
And you're not required to make a referral to someone who is a non-DVM. That's just not required. This is for those who want to be able to refer. You don't have to write a referral for a non-DVM to do anything to anyone's animal ever.
Yeah, that's true. I did check the draft of the referral. So it says, has a duty to offer referral to a client to a specialist, which is defined as a veterinarian or an otherwise more qualified veterinarian.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All right. All in favor of the motion for 573.14B2C to remove specific regions, please say aye.
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 Okay, all those against, same sign?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion fails. All right, do we have any other amendments to present?
This is kind of my area, and so I've got 4 total that I'd like to, 3 in draft, and 1 just in comment. And so I think Kelly's got them for me on the screen.
Yes. I put them chronologically. So the first one is 573.21 direct responsibility to client. Victoria, would you like for me to read like what the current draft language is, what the proposed changes, or? you
Sure,
would just
that's
like-
great.
Okay.
Can we carry these one at a time in the form of a motion so then we can have the
Yes.
discussion? Is that fair?
Okay, so I'd like to propose amendments to 573.21E. Adding in the veterinarian has an active veterinarian client patient relationship with the client and the client's animal.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
All right. Open for discussion.
Open for discussion.
So that the current language of 573.21E states a veterinarian shall be responsible for communicating with their clients regarding the client's animal while the animal is under the veterinarian's care. And so the change would be to read, a veterinarian shall be responsible for communicating with their clients regarding the client's animal while the veterinarian has an active veterinarian client-patient relationship with the client and the client's animal.
Thank you, Kelly. I think for me, in reading these, the proposed rule changes, I kind of looked back on my last 5 years in ICs and different areas where I would hope we could have a little bit more clarity for certain areas. And this one is one that has popped up a couple different times. But a question of what is a veterinarian's care or under veterinarian's care? We have a good timeline in our rules of what it means to be in an active VCPR with an animal. And so my proposed change here is just to say, while it is active, so if you send an animal home and that animal requires additional care, treatment, different things like that, the relationship is still active. And so just kind of providing clarity on when is the stop-start of the communication responsibility to the client during that time.
All right, any discussion?
I'm not really sure what, I'm confused about what the change is going to be other than what was presented. Is there something different that I'm missing?
Yeah, so veterinarian's care isn't necessarily a defined term under our rules, whereas VC veterinarian client patient relationship is. So putting in VCPR adds in a definition with structure of when like start and stop times are versus veterinarian's care. In some of our ICs, it comes up and it's like, well, I sent this animal home. It's not under my care anymore. I don't have a duty to communicate anymore. I'm doing surgery on it and I checked it. It's good. My care is terminated. Now my tech or employees are handling things. So just making sure that we have a defined timeline, and VCPR is very broken down in our roles.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of the proposed changes to Rule 57321?
Did we have a second?
We did. Yeah,
Dr. Michigamba.
Dr. Michigamba seconded.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that's how we were able to discuss. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Amendment carries.
Okay, so the second proposal I have is for 573.61 inspection of facilities and records. My proposal is to provide a definition of a virtual inspection in addition to the proposed change of B. So I moved that to make the amendment as presented on the screen.
Can you read?
Oh, wait. I can read, sorry. I thought we were gonna make the motion
right.
to talk
Yeah,
about
okay.
it.
Okay, so we have a
First,
motion.
you have to read it.
Okay, a virtual inspection. So basically, virtual inspections may be performed either as an unannounced contemporaneous inspection whereby the licensee or their authorized representative, once contacted by the board to start the virtual inspection, utilizes an electronic device with audio and visual capabilities such as a smartphone, laptop, tablet, to show the board in real time their equipment and practice premises or any other items as records requested for inspection, comma, or, and then that's just the general language from the proposed.
All right, we have that presented as a motion for amendment to 57363C2A. Do I have a second? I will second that. Now it is open for discussion.
So, in reading and reviewing this and kind of chatting with staff, I think one area where the board would benefit, is to have the ability to have virtual inspections. And the proposed draft, gave us the language that's in B. So a non-contemporaneous inspection whereby upon notification of a virtual inspection by the board, a licensee shall provide the board with requested records, photographs, videos, or other information within 10 days of request. So we have had instances with suspending someone's license and managing complaints filed against a veterinarian where a virtual inspection, not one that has to be given within 10 days, but a virtual on like at any time inspection would be helpful, not only for the veterinarian to show compliance and get back to practice, but also for our staff. So for example, we had a veterinarian out in a rural community who had some facility disrepair, which caused their practice to be unsafe. So this veterinarian worked very hard to get their practice back up to standards. But we were unable to get an inspector back out in a timely manner. So to have the ability to have a virtual inspection where our inspectors or staff can, hop on a Zoom call, do a FaceTime, where a licensee can show compliance, and I think is an important tool that we would like in our toolbox. I don't believe it should be the tool of choice. I think we must still continue to do unannounced inspections like that. But in this case, we offered the veterinarian the ability to say, hey, we can't get somebody out there for you, but, we can Zoom and do this. And so this just provides us the ability to be able to do a virtual inspection if it's contemporaneous, if it's something that's appropriate for the situation.
Yeah, I like this proposed change because right now, the way the proposed changes are written, it says that we must give them 10 days to do the virtual inspection. This allows us to say, hey, we're calling you on the phone right now and we want to see what you got going on in the clinic. And we don't have to give them that 10-day window. We currently don't give them a 10-day window. If we want to walk in to inspect them virtually, we should have that same opportunity to do. And I like this proposed change.
Once again, I'm a little bit confused. This is what was proposed to us, correct? We're not making, in my opinion, if we're going to make a motion to change it, then you change what is being presented. And this is just rereading of the deal and we're approving it as we go. I thought the process is we're going to approve the entire rule section as one. Am I not seeing that correctly?
I failed to present that to you correctly. If you see what's on your screen, proposed change C2, letter A is all new. Letter B is what is currently presented. So the paragraph of letter A, that is what Ms. Whitehead is presenting to add to the presented rule. Currently, the presentation is just for B.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. That's my mistake. So is everybody in alignment that what is on the screen, Ms. Whitehead has proposed to add the entire paragraph for A, in addition to what was already presented, which was letter B? And is there any other discussion, or is it people we need more time to digest? Okay, hearing no further discussion. All in favor of the amendment 573.63C2A as presented on the screen, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Amendment change carries. Are there any other further amendments?
Me again. Sorry. Rule 573.83, price transparency for emergency care. I am proposing to amend the current draft language to state, of subsection E, to state, prior to initiating medical treatment, a veterinarian may require the person presenting an animal to the veterinarian for emergency care and treatment to affirm in writing that they are the owner or caretaker of that animal and that they are financially responsible for the care and treatment provided.
Okay, so let's be clear here on what currently is written states that what is proposed to be changed is the last line of the sentence says, and to be financially responsible for the care and treatment provided. You want to change that to,
This statement, yes, and I can discuss it.
you want to add,
So,
go ahead.
Read
wanna
that again.
discuss it?
Can you just repeat what you want to add?
Yeah, so I'm proposing that we do not adopt the current draft language and instead we adopt new draft language saying what I just said. Prior to initiating medical treatment, a veterinarian may require the person presenting an animal to the veterinarian for emergency care and treatment to affirm in writing that they are the owner and caretaker of that animal and that they are financially responsible. For here, the reason.
Hold on,
okay,
do we have a
sorry.
second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Now discussion.
Sorry. So when it comes to statute interpretation and law, using the word here presumed, puts a level of onus upon the veterinarian. So a person presenting the animal, for emergency care and treatment is presumed to be the owner or caretaker of that animal and financially responsible. I think here we create, some potential confusion and issues that arise just in the nature of emergency veterinary medicine. Of like, well, I presumed, okay, well, what's the basis of that? What do you, and so for here, I think we serve our community a little bit better by saying, if someone presents an animal in an area of emergency care, we need to just have in writing that they are saying they're the owner and caretaker of that animal and they're financially responsible. So instead of having a presumption, which just adds a different level of legal liability, to the situation, we're saying, hey, we understand in this situation, you guys need to make sure that you have in writing, I'm presenting the animal, I'm owner, caretaker, and I'm financially responsible. So covering both issues of ownership and then the financial responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's a good change. We have a case just this time where the elderly father with dementia presented the dog and requested euthanasia. And they presumed him to be the owner and he wasn't. So I like it.
I think it's a good addition to.
Well, if he has dementia,
If he
he
had
signs it.
If you had a good Samaritan that found an injured animal on the street, came running in, which they do sometimes, like, I need to help with this dog, you've got to establish ownership.
Yes, the dog is dying.
That's a good Samaritan law.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably your small, but.
Well,
that
the
they're
good
willing to take
Samaritan on
financial
their, good
responsibility.
Samaritan on the part of the person that brought the dog in, not good Samaritan on the veterinarian who treats on emergency basis, something that's bleeding out through its mouth. And you don't really have time to, and you're taking it to the back and getting all the paperwork signed in the front. How does that work?
Same with us.
And then are you,
The same with us having to give an estimate on emergency when they're bleeding, but it's a law.
And I would point out that this draft as written, it says a veterinarian may require. So it's not, it's
Permissive.
it's permissive. It's up to the veterinarian.
Yeah. Mustard.
Okay,
Yeah.
the May is good.
Yeah. Any other comments, discussion? All right, all in favor of 573.83E proposed changes, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Amendment carries. All right, any other amendment proposals? How many more do you have?
Okay, so I just wanna, discuss real quick, 573.6 restrictions on legal entities, to members of veterinary medicine. This one I struggled with and talked with Kelly on this because, I do want, and so I think as part of this process in adopting rules, and if there's questions or review by a SOA judge or anything, I'm just having this
What's the
comment,
number again?
573.6.
0.60?
Just six. uh, a legal entity is not defined within our rules. And so understanding that, partnership, it's on page 164. So I just want to put commentary here. We do have state law, which we can go back to, but I firmly believe having our rules in place helps provide, because the public and the veterinarians will go to our rules to seek sources. They don't necessarily always go to state law. And so one area though on this, like a legal entity. So, I mean, a legal entity under statute could be an LLC, a corporation, a partnership or things like that. But to recognize that there are many forms of business transactions happening in non-legal entities is a real thing. And so just wanting to make sure that in the commentary and the meeting minutes we have on this, it's a legal entity, but I mean, it's, what we mean by legal entity is any type of like for-profit partnership, production, agreement. I mean, a legal relationship between two people, whereas legal entity is not defined in our rules. So no formal motion, just meeting minutes, commenting on
I
it.
think the intent is to include all those entities that could be formed for the delivery. I mean, it could even be nonprofit, right? That's a legal entity. That verbiage does give us significant interpretation ability. We don't have a current case of contention to create a new rule, and if that ever should come up, we could sure address it at that point. But I appreciate you bringing that forward.
I think people who fall under this and tend to get dinged on this one, not necessarily that they're operating legally as it is. So just making sure we have some commentary on that. But those, Mr. Chair, are all the motions I have.
All right, do we have any other motions to present?
And sorry, Dr. Gold, if I could just provide commentary too, we will have that facility registration chapter coming. And I think that is also a great place to explore this in more depth as well and provide maybe some more of that clarity too in that section when we get to that chapter.
Any further amendments?
My potential amendment is Rule 573.52 A6E.
Okay, Dr. Skaggs, what is your motion?
Okay. 6E says that the records need to include a body condition listing on every patient. I move that we strike that, remove that from the requirements.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to strike the words body condition from 573.52 A6E. It is open for discussion.
I think if we look under 6, it says if required for diagnosis or treatment, so you don't have to put it in there, I wouldn't think, but at the same time, I'd be happy to strike it out.
I just think it kind of creates the potential for people to complain about why, if we're listening again individually, then every patient, whether it's a rabies vaccination or a ear nail trim, all of that stuff. So I feel more comfortable if we remove it, but so certainly open for discussion.
Well, the whole problem of getting too burdensome on all our record requirement is you see more and more people going to forms and templates, and every animal all of a sudden has a body condition of good, before they ever even look at them. So we don't want to get into that situation.
But if it's required for diagnosis, you put it in there?
If it's important, it darn sure should be in there, yeah.
So it still gives us that flexibility to require it.
Yeah, and we're not talking about a body condition score. I mean, the body condition might be thin, it might be morbid, it might be dying, it might be mean, whatever. So.
But kind of the way it reads now is, you got temperature, heart rate, that sort of stuff. And then it would also make you add in body condition with each listing. instead of TPR, it was, you have to end body condition, which to me is a little excessive for no reason. It'll make my patients mad if I put in there, marginally obese.
I think this is a great amendment.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor to strike the words body condition from 573-52A6E. Please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Amendment carries. Okay, do we have any further amendment motions? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to pass the rule changes at 573 as presented, plus the four amendments that were four amendments that were just passed as changes to chapter 573. Do I have said motion?
Motion.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the rule changes for 573, including the four amendments that were just passed. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will adopt the rule changes for section 573 and the accompanying four amendments. Okay, moving on now to agenda item 13, contested cases. Consideration and possible action on cases before the State Office of Administrative Hearings. We will begin with item 1, and pursuant to chapter 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, this meeting of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners will now go into executive session. It is 12:40 p.m. If we can clear the room except for those involved with the first case, I would appreciate that, and we'll let y'all know. Okay, is there a motion on the matter in front of us?
Mr. Chair, I move that we, accept the PFD as presented by the ZOA judge.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the PFD as presented by the SOA judge. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Okay,
Procedurally, this just goes to the next hearing in October.
yes, and actually the recommendation for final decision by TLR.
Right. Just make sure, that's the way I understood it, but
That is correct.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Second case for today, we'll call up Mark Lee and Dr. Linwood Stokes. You would please come to the front. Your position at the table. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you ready? No. Okay, the respondent will have the opportunity to be heard first, followed by the attorneys for the opposing side. Please make sure you state your name clearly and who you represent. Each side will have up to 5 minutes to speak initially, and then up to 3 minutes for a rebuttal if needed. Please understand the board can only consider information that was in the record at the time the case was presented at SOA. Okay, please limit your comments to only what was in the SOA record. With that, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Linwood Starks, Dr. Starks. So first off, I want to say that for nearly a decade, I performed tens of thousands of surgeries, over 100,000, without one single patient complaint. And I tried to start the mobile business, and that's where the problems came with managing and just keeping up, and I had to be the manager, everything, the IT guy. And COVID and people, you couldn't find good help anywhere. But I do take responsibility for like the record keeping and monitoring, the supervising the technicians. But what I won't take accountability for is unfairness. And there has been altered allegations. Let's see. There, like every single allegation, patient allegation was altered. The findings at the inspection, they were not proven. All the inspection pictures were taken after the clinic was done. They were said, like I requested discovery. I never received discovery. I requested an attorney general request. He stated this was a late request for discovery. He also, through my lawyer, I requested discovery multiple times, and I had to find out, like going through my old case files, to figure out what happened, why my exhibits and witnesses were denied from 2023, and I found it's so extensive and mind-boggling of what I found that has been done, and I don't think you guys are aware, but I tried to do a handout. It's so the exhibits used to object to my witnesses and exhibits is on. So the first page is number 3, on page 3. This is just the 5-year offer. And if I would have took that offer, I would have had 1.3 like a year and a half left to surrender, 5 years surrender my license and get it back. This was 3 years ago. But now it's a revocation. February, let me see, A2. Of so the on page 5 is just that's evidence of me asking for evidence, and I'm saying all of this to say because in the petitioner's objection to my witnesses and exhibits, he stated I never requested discovery, but here is stating that Mark Lee himself requested. Well, let me I left that out. Yes, on page 5. Please keep in mind that outline information shared by Mark Lee below. I will use the language. We do not have access to any of the evidence, information, photographs. So I never received discovery, and even if I were to be able to use my witnesses or exhibits, I would have been surprised, and I wouldn't have been prepared because I received 2 exhibits from him, and this is the entire case right here. I only received 2 pictures from the inspection back in 2023. Those were the only exhibits used. One of me holding a lockbox and something else insignificant. And as you can see on page 10, the same timestamp emails. One was used. There's 2 identical emails. On page 9 is what I found. On page 11 is what he used.
Your time is up. Lee?
Thank you, board members. This case is ultimately about Dr. Starks' failure to exercise good judgment, and therefore he shouldn't be allowed to continue in the practice of veterinary medicine because so much of veterinary practice relies on being able to exercise good judgment. He wanted to have a mobile clinic that catered to the less fortunate Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that's an admirable goal. We would support that. But he tried to offset the lower cost by completing an impossibly high number of spays and neuters, which affected his practice. And the record reflects the following findings, and I'm going to separate into 3 areas just to kind of focus your attention. Is the trailer that he was using continually had electrical problems, didn't have any self-contained running water, was too small to have adequate facilities, and the equipment he used was sometimes unreliable. As far as his actual practice, he did not monitor his staff sufficiently. He did not monitor his patients sufficiently. He had a high turnover of staff. He didn't have sanitary premises. He didn't use sanitary procedures. He had woefully inadequate records. And he failed to adequately secure, keep records, or label properly controlled substances. And with Dr. Starks himself, he had several prior disciplines, including one for record keeping. He didn't display the required information adequately, although that's a minor. He had 2 DUI arrests, one which was a felony because there were his children in his car, and injured children in the other car that he hit. He was less than forthcoming with his clients. He was disenrolled from the peer assistance program that he had agreed to enter by a board order. He was found by the PRN counselor to have trouble accepting responsibility for his failings, which is consistent with what we observed regarding his practice. And I want to read you a quote from the staff veterinarian, Dr. Mason, from the trial, where she said, "It concerns me that as a professional veterinarian, that he did not make a choice to stop practicing when he realized that the care was being compromised." That's what troubled her and the staff the most, is that when problems came up, he continued engaging in that same kind of conduct. So you can see that he's exercised poor judgment in his personal life. in his use and maintenance of that particular trailer, in his conduct of actual practice of veterinary medicine, in his dealings with board and board staff, and even in the conduct of this proceeding, he continued to submit voluminous documents which the ALJs had already determined were not admissible.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Starks, you have 3 minutes.
So the sanitation, it's no picture. I still don't have any idea like what he means about sanitation. Controlled substances, in my offer of proof, you can see the controlled substance box is in the closet. And I wrote in my response brief that it was up there, and I did a record site for it or whatever. PRN, I have proof of me turning in a test late, and the test was negative, and I was not allowed to re-enter the program by Miss Legal from a phone call. And yes, I should have stopped early. Like I even had a meeting in November just before with my technicians. If they could not get it together, I was just gonna like just stop for a month and reconvene. So so besides the identical email, one saying discovery and one mentioning discovery and one mentioning settlement only. Can you guys see that? He began preparing that document with metadata on April 21st. You can still see this on Research Texas. And I have and he claimed that he reminded several of my lawyers about discovery, but the only reminder was the initial request in 2023. And he also sent the email to my lawyer just before, in July, Shabazi. He cut off my lawyer's initial email and stated he reminded my lawyer that I just left about discovery, but it was actually my lawyer. You can see that at 5:34 a.m., but he cut the first message off. I think this exhibit C or D in the petitioner's objection document. This is page. And this is so extensive. Like it's so much to say, like how much has happened within the last 3.5 years. He so he was falsely evading my case, saying I had a criminal record after April, and my case I was just sitting in limbo. I'm not a good public speaker, and I'm nervous. And I know you guys know that I can't speak in public and articulate well.
Dr. Stark, at this point, we'll have the board member ask questions.
Oh,
and for discussions.
I have two main questions. One, do you deny that the stuff that's being presented, the allegations present, like the allegations being made in regards to the mobile practice, do you deny that those were true and accurate?
No. Okay. So if
Can I just up or down, yes or no? And then
So-
I'll ask a clarifying question.
in June 11th is when I first started using that trailer, and I had contractors. I paid them, they ran off with the money. So that was the first time during Louis V, that incident. That was the first time I ever used that trailer, and all the problems with that trailer were fixed by the time inspection happened.
Okay.
in it.
And then you're claiming here today that staff of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners altered evidence in your case.
If you look at the complaints, from the agreed orders were altered. The SOA, if you can go back to February 17, 2023 SOA document and compare it with this one, it's altered. All of it's altered. And some of the inspections, I had 3 inspections, and 2 of them were taken down with alterations, like changing stories. And also the employee I terminated that called the board and made these claims about Peaches and a lot of other claims. And she deleted my drug logs. I said this like to the investigator, and I have my drug logs. I have the 2022 drug logs. I still have my paper records in my garage. But I have evidence from doing drug logs back from 2018 from emails. But I mean, I guess you never know, like if I never got a chance to show you the evidence.
Would you agree this is a complicated case? And I think we all agree, and that is why we took this case out of our hands and gave it to a judge to review and present. And that judge has ruled a certain way that we have to now take into consideration. So we've seen all the evidence that's been presented. All the evidence that you presented to us over the years with your medical records, your IC panel discussions, mediation, all of that. We have all that in front of us to review.
I didn't give you all, I didn't share all of my evidence because like, my lawyers, I didn't even make my exhibit list until 2 days before. I have over 300 documents and thousands of documents of evidence. And we only had 2 or 3 days to prepare.
I think there's probably procedures that you missed. Because a law judge isn't going to just say, no, I'm not going to accept it. You probably got it in late, huh? So a judge?
The offer of proof for the exhibit list?
No, your evidence you're proposing.
No, I'm saying I switched lawyers because I didn't hear from my last lawyer. He wasn't responding to my emails, and I hadn't talked to him the entire week. And so like on July 14th, I began trying to get another lawyer really quick, and the deadline for evidence was due on the 28th. So we only had 2 weeks. And by the time the next lawyers were signed, we only had about 2 or 3 days to gather evidence and for them to understand what had been done. But that was only a small portion of what we could put together.
Board members, any other questions or discussion?
There's another issue that we need to address.
You do have time to rebut.
Just quickly, these same discovery issues were presented to the court 3 different times. As you can see, she spent several pages in the beginning of the decision addressing it, and the Alvarado case, which is a Texas Supreme Court precedent, which governs those kinds of decisions. So that's addressed in the PFD if you want to read that in more detail. As far as the allegations of misrepresentations or altering evidence, I deny every one of them, of course. And the judge at the end of the hearing, they had presented that assertion at the end of the hearing, and the judge left the record open for another week for them to submit that information, and they never submitted anything. So that's why that's not discussed in that. The final issue is the PFD left open for the board whether to assess costs, in this case, which the board has authority to do. And I'd just like to point out that the board spent almost $10,000 to pay for the transcript in this case. And it's important that you just listen to me for just a minute. You cannot consider what I'm about to tell you for purposes of assessing a sanction against Dr. Starks. That's not allowed to discuss settlement negotiations for liability purposes. But for the purposes of attorney's fees, costs, those kinds of things, that's absolutely appropriate, and that's normally what you do consider. So in this case, Dr. Starks was offered a settlement to resolve the case with a 1-year active suspension, 1 year of monitored practice, and a prohibition on opening his own clinic for a few years. So if the board imposes either that severe or a more severe sanction, then in most cases, you award the cost to the prevailing party. And so in this case, if you award a sanction that's as great or greater than what the offer was, then the appropriate thing to do would be assess the cost of the case against Dr. Starks. And the exact amount of the transcript cost was $9,367.75. And other than that addition, we would urge that the board adopt the PFD as written with the minor corrections in the exceptions letter.
The board's position is, restate that one more time, please, for the entire board.
I'm sorry, I'm what part?
What you just said. The board's position is to accept the PFD.
The staff, right, is that the board should accept the PFD as written, plus there's an exceptions letter which corrected a few miscites in the PFD.
And then in the alternative, can you repeat the alternative? Or was that just a history of what was offered?
That's a history of what was offered, but it's not proper to consider settlement for purposes of sanctioning for his vet conduct, only for the purpose of who was signed attorney's fees or costs. There are no attorney's fees with the board, but costs.
Cost of going to
If
settlement.
we had done depositions, had hire experts, or in this case, the cost of preparing the transcript, those are costs. And for that, you can and should consider what offers are made. Because if we were unsuccessful and did not get at least what we proposed as a settlement, then he would certainly be justified in going to a hearing contesting that, right? Because the court found that we were being excessive. But likewise, on the opposite side, if we were able to get as much or more from the court hearing, then it's appropriate to assess the costs against him.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We will move forward. All right, is there a motion in this matter?
I move that we accept the PFD as written, including the exceptions letter.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to accept the PFD as written with the inclusion letter. Any discussion?
If there is an addition, and from what I understand, we can assess a expert witnesses, would that be included in this motion, or would that be a separate motion?
We would have to amend the motion to add something to it.
I move we amend the motion to add the collection of attorney's fees and expert witnesses fees, or whatever the wording should be. I'm an Aggie.
It would be costs, not attorney
Cost.
fees, but it would be
Gotcha.
board costs. Okay. All right. So
That's
that's
my amended motion.
I have a second for that, for the amendment.
May I ask for clarifying?
Yeah, we want to amend the motion.
Right, what's the cost?
9,000. Mr. Lee, could you provide us with that number?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify your.
It's $9,367.75.
So, Dr. Skaggs, you're wanting to amend the motion to include 9,000 plus, I think, the 5,000.
Yes.
Amend the motion to add the 93,6775 to the PFD as written with the.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a second for that? Do we get a second for the amendment? Okay, hearing no second, the amendment dies. We're back to your original motion of move to accept the PFD as written with the inclusions. And we have the second. So any further discussion on the motion?
So if we accept the PFD as written, can you go over quickly what that conclusion is? What?
I'll have Kelly do that first.
So the recommendation of the proposal for decision is revocation of Dr. Starks' license.
Okay, and does that go from this day forward, or does that go
So
back?
this would be a recommendation from our board to TDLR's commission, who would make the final decision in this case.
Right, but the question is, because with revocation at the end of 5 years, you can reapply.
Correct.
So this whole process started in 23. Does it go back to 23, or does it start with?
It'll be whatever the effective date of the final order from TDLR is. It would run 5 years from that period. Without any sort of appeal, of course, you know, those sort of deadlines.
No,
but-
no, yeah. If there's no appeal and it gets accepted or whatever, 5 years from the date that they.
The order, yeah, is
the
issued.
order before he could reapply for it.
Any other discussion, questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor to the motion to accept the PFD as written with the inclusions, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, this recommendation will go in front of the TDLR board next, and so we'll get another hearing following.
All right, thank you.
All right, moving on to our next agenda item. Number 14, consideration and approval of agreed orders. I will recognize Ms. Phelps on agenda item 14.
Right. I do have a few cases that have been pulled for discussion in executive session. Those are cases 24-409, 24-567, and 25-236. Additionally, Dr. Kreiner is accused of voting on case CP 24260. Would any of the board members like to be recused from voting on any of these cases or pull any more of them for discussion in the session?
I'd like to pull CP 25, 557, 558, and 556, please.
Those are actually medical review, just this was not agreed orders.
Oh, just kidding.
But I will
On the next one.
Okay, when we talk about that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else have any agreed orders? All right, is there a motion to approve all cases except those that were identified to be pulled in an executive session?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve all agreed orders other than those pulled for discussion. Please, all members in approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, agenda item 15, consideration and approval of cases recommended for dismissal from informal conference. I recognize Ms. Phelps.
So case CP 25324 has been pulled for discussion in executive session. Would any of the board members like to be recused from voting on any of these cases or pull any more of them for discussion in executive
Please
session?
repeat the case.
CP 25324.
Ms. Phelps, were these ICs? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, it's formal comment here, yes.
Okay, is there a motion to approve all cases except for CP 25324?
Motion.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second to approve all cases except CP 25324. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Agenda item 16, consideration approval of cases for dismissal from staff conference. Ms. Phelps.
All right, would any board members like to be recused from voting on any of these cases or pull any of them for discussion in executive session?
Sorry, was mine in there?
This staff
This is staff.
conference.
That's that, sorry. Been a day.
All right, hearing no cases to be pulled from staff conference. Do I have a motion to approve all cases
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second to approve all cases for staff conferences. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, consideration approval of cases recommended for dismissal from medical review. I recognize Ms. Phelps.
We do have a number of recusals and case polls, so let me know if you repeat anything. Ms. Allen is recused from voting on case CP 25627. And Dr. Gola is recused from voting on cases CP 25774, CP 25933, CP 260027, and CP 260048. Additionally, cases CP 25556, CP 25557, CP 25558, CP 25651, and CP 25787 have been pulled for discussion in executive session. Would any board members like to be recused on any of these cases or pull any more of them for discussion in executive session?
The last one you said was 787, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve all cases except those just identified for discussion in executive session?
Motion.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor to approve all cases except those pulled for discussion for medical review, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, pursuant to chapter 551.071 subsection 1 of the Texas Government Code, this meeting of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners will now go into executive session at 1:55 PM.
Not yet. I don't see Angelica.
I didn't see her.
She's over.
Should I be at this also?
PM and pursuant to sections 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, the board has returned from executive session. No action was taken in the executive session, and we now will move to vote on the cases that we pulled. We will start with agreed orders 24-409. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Been moved and accepted. Moved and seconded to approve the agreed order for 24-409. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next one is case 24567. Do I have a motion
Move.
Second.
to accept?
Yes.
Move to accept 24567. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Case 25236 from agreed orders. Do I have a motion
Motion.
Second.
to accept?
Yes.
Motion to accept 25236. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, moving now to the category of informal conferences. I have one case, case CP 25-324. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion to, is from, to,
Accept.
to accept the dismissal of CP 25324. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. All right, and then cases to be dismissed for medical review, starting with case CP 25556. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Next up, case CP 25557 for medical review, motion to dismiss.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Case CP 25558, dismissal for medical review. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to dismiss. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Case CP 25651, dismissal for medical review. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to dismiss case CP 25651 for medical review. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And finally, CP 25787, dismissal for medical review. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
The moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, that brings us to agenda item 19, discussion of possible agenda items and dates of future board meetings. Do we have any agenda items that board members would like to present? Okay, you always have time to send those to the staff or myself. And we have those dates ahead of time, so please get those to us as we ask for them if you don't have any today. Our final board meeting for 2026 will be held on October 20th, 2026. And then, of course, we've got next year, we'll have them on the third Tuesday of January, April, July, and October, barring any changes. So with that, this meeting at 2:22 p.m., being no further business of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, is adjourned. Thank you, board members.
Long day.
You.